till you're empty. One more. 1, 2, 3. ต้องยังขึ้นสูง
โอ้ยครับนะ
现在有在录吗？
有啊。
那你可以关掉吗？我要讲敏感话题啊。
Hiện tại là LCP bên ở thời điểm hiện tại thì đã thay đổi cũng như là củng cố rất là nhiều thành viên khác nhau đến từ rất là nhiều chỗ khác nhau nên là rất là khó đánh giá mọi người, và người rất lớn nhất thì có lẽ là CFO. Hiện tại thì chưa thi đấu cũng như là chưa có làm quen gọi là bắt lửa nhiều nên là cũng rất là khó đánh giá.
Với việc qua GAM và mình không làm đội trưởng nữa thì mình cảm thấy khá là thoải mái và nhẹ nhõm. Như cá nhân mình phải giữ những thứ mình đã làm trước kia khi mà làm đội trưởng để mình còn được làm đội trưởng cho chính bản thân của mình.
Mình thấy là anh huấn luyện viên mới rất là vui tính và vui vẻ với lại nhiệt huyết trong công việc. Ban đầu thì tụi mình rất là khó khăn trong khoảng giao tiếp, nhưng mà dần dần thì tụi mình cũng đã tìm hướng giải quyết để nói chuyện với nhau nhiều hơn. Nên là bây giờ cho tới hiện tại thì bọn mình đã rất dễ dàng để làm việc với nhau. Mình muốn nói với Taki với mình rằng là đã rời đi thì hãy chìm trong thất bại, người ở lại thì luôn có chiến thắng.
まあ、新しく加入したケインだったりだとか、シトラスたくさんコールする選手なので、そういったコールが、それぞれで噛み合っていけばもうどんどん強いチームになっていくんじゃないかなと思います。
そうだな、なんか久しぶりに会ったアリアはすごい冷たい選手のように見えたんですけど、全然そんなことはなくて、僕が体調悪い時にはエビ体調大丈夫心配してくれたり変わってませんでした。
他的打法应该比较偏向支援队友的类型，而我是在线上自己做压制。会有啊，想起很多的回忆啊，就也希望他可以跟我一起进步吧。只是说非常期待啊，希望你真的会付出。
没有到那么好，感觉我们的默契还需要配合一阵子，然后沟通的方面也要加强。
我觉得我们算是一个新的队伍嘛，因为其实我们像是 Shadow、汹涌跟厄尔骑士加入，那我们目前也是在处理一些沟通上的问题，然后也很努力在教汹涌一些简单的中文。大家可以期待一下我们的沟通就比去年更烂了。
队伍状况的话，目前可能还处于比较不安定的状况。对粉丝说的话就谢谢你们支持，然后我们会努力的。CFO 因为我们这一队都是跟 CFO 有一些渊源嘛，就是可能是淘汰掉了或者就是不被选上的这样。我是不被选上的。
Đợi em xíu.
Ê này, đi đâu đấy?
Hả?
Game bắt đầu rồi kìa.
Chuột nổ luôn kìa.
Ừ, bây giờ chuột lấy tích sát thương.
Em vừa làm gì rồi?
Nhiệm vụ xong rồi kìa, lấy quà đi. Em ở đó làm gì? Đi về đi.
Đi tìm Akasan đi.
Ataka bị xóa rồi, độc bản cập nhật đi chứ.
À, đánh thường mà đâu ghê.
Đồ mới mà. Thôi không chơi nữa, độc bản cập nhật đi rồi tính tiếp.
やっとラップが緑になったって
初めてこんな長いパッチノート見たなって思って。
我觉得最大改动是任务吧，因为这样前面就换线不了了，只能先去做任务。
すごく ADC は前より強いロールになってたもんで楽しい。
确实上路有点爽，他团战后面有点游泳，现在节奏跟之前完全不一样。
クエストの影響でスタップが起きないっていうので、こう連戦がより頻繁に戦闘が起きて主導権を得るためにこう戦うことが増えていくと思うので。
Phiên bản này thì sẽ cho khán giả coi được rất nhiều kiểu giao tranh này kia vui hơn mấy mùa trước.
我感觉就是钱会来得很快吧，因为塔皮每个塔都有塔皮，
塔钱也会让游戏进程变快，大家装备会成型的比较快。
Theo mình nghĩ thì với cơ chế trụ khi mà đẩy lính vào nó sẽ có nhiều bông hoa mọc ngoài trụ thì khi tụi mình sẽ lấy trụ dễ dàng hơn, tại vì khi đó thì tụi mình gây sát thương lên trụ sẽ tăng rất là nhiều sát thương.
然后2打2的话，我觉得之前太影响游戏了吧，因为每次到20分钟基本上都会在那里挂机。
20分からめっちゃ戦ってたけど今20分に上がるパロンは今めっちゃ硬いから
簡単になんかタッチできない。
以中路来说肯定是科技强啊，因为阿卡丽这样很快能突发电刑。
新しいリーチベイみたいなやつありました。
Tại vì mình đã đánh rất nhiều tướng lên trang bị đó, mình cảm thấy trang bị đó khá là lỗi.
ADC なんでやっぱりストームレーザーなんかすごく強いアイテムが戻ってきたので、なんかやっててすごく楽しいなっていう。
Và mình cảm thấy khá là thú vị khi mà chơi ở phiên bản này.
Read the patch notes.
Go read the patch notes. Please read the patch notes before you play.
Có lợi dành cho Speedwell. Khi mà bia bọc sau, chắc chắn là GAM Esports họ muốn thua bởi vì họ không biết bia đang ở đâu. Họ tưởng là bia anh ta mới biến về. và anh ta đang di chuyển ra, chứ không nghĩ là anh ta ở phía sau lưng của mình. Nhưng đường trên này cũng cài lao vào này, còn lôi thần giáng thế trên người đến từ Bùn. Lôi thần giáng thế đang tốc biến đến từ kia nhanh, tốc biến lao vào và solo kill dành cho Bùn. Quét đi rồi, còn với Artemis anh ta cũng đã hoàn thành tam hợp, nhưng đường trên tiếp tục lao vào, có lôi thần giáng thế. Nhưng kìa lôi thần giáng thế hay cái cúc cá nhưng bị solo kill bởi đối phương với cái điên cuồng cắn xé. Tiếp tục là tình huống solo kill chiến thuật.
Đây là một tình huống mà bên phía của GAM họ phải rất vất vả để lấy mạng của Pool khi Pool anh ta đầu tư cái chiêu cuối từ pha trước đó để áp lực vào người Alex. Alex không tốc biến né xoáy đi từ Pool và anh ta outplay thành công người trên đường giữa của đối phương.
Ở đây tốc biến lao vào, lốc xoáy đến một người đối phương này, có đại địa chấn lao vào nhưng Artemis tốc người ngay lập tức thấy sát tường của Eddie đi kìa. Double kill dành cho Dio. Baron mở ra với vòng xoay không gian nhưng quyết định tìm kiếm Ares. Ares bị khống chế rồi, gọi báo tung ra là đủ sát thương đến từ Pool.
边线的雅尼也在推嘛，他们是没有要打这波团的，但这波竟然是。
哎呦，这怎么塞？中国闪现进去要拼到这个人头，再滑出来受不了了，红手要闪去闪进去吧，中国给闪掉，这是红手拉到大，这波连续的吹风，那叫 double kill。
哇，红手在拯救世界啊！哦，这样子其实是有夹住的，经济没有因为这个巴龙被拉开哦。
这波还在转，他推的
感觉他很能打，很能打，很能打，
用大绝限制他，被他封打到了后头啊！这压力杀疯了，
还能追，
后面 Red 也被留住，有闪现要不要交？这不交闪可能要被斩死当场。
感觉不交，
正面要被红手再给砍死。
哇，这什么伤害啊？一直砍啊！
红手刀没有停过。
哇，他从高地塔砍到2塔。
カイタが20秒ドラゴンが枠20秒前にリコールしたのでちょっと遅れたんですよ。
ボイドシーカーからなるほど
法的なダメージのトレード。
ああ、そして当ててる。
なるほど。でその流れで反転。いやこれもアリアがた分ですよね。
Thì anh ta cũng mất thêm một vài chỉ số lính sau khi mà tên lính đó đẩy vào cái trụ ở đầu tiên của trên đường dưới này. Đấy, chúng ta sẽ cùng xem tình huống BE tìm một góc luồn ra vị trí phía sau cực kỳ hay. Pha này GAM có vẻ hơi sướng để họ nhìn vào con cua thì phải, bởi vì cơ bản là rừng của họ đang hoạt động ở mảng trên và ngay lập tức là một tình huống BE anh ta tấn công người Artemis bị đánh choáng, anh ta là số là quá nhanh khi có sự hỗ trợ đến.
Cái bên vẫn chưa có lý do để đánh nhau cả, chắc sẽ chỉ là những tình huống từ từ nào. Ta xung vào một Histo này, Histo bị mất lại nhưng lẻ loi quá Dakka ơi. Dio anh ta đang bọc sau, Dakka anh ta gặp điểm, ta vẫn không biết bản nó sẽ phủ lao vào, bản nó tung ra là khá điểm đầu hoa tung ra, cùng chế một thành viên đối phương nó sẽ lấy Histo bị cầm chói và anh ta sẽ phải lên bàn điểm số khi một trận tâm linh lần chuẩn xác. Nhưng Artemis bị bắt lại rồi, siêu nhạc thế nằm xuống, Artemis nằm xuống, kia nhà có răng nai khổng lồ nhưng ta quá lẻ loi trước một thành viên đối phương. Đây có thể là còi endgame chăng? Taki ăn cầu sống cổng ra tốc rồi, tốc biến lao vào tìm kiếm vào Dio. Dio đang là mục tiêu tả xung vào Dio tốc biến lui về là Dio là khá điểm thua hoàng 3 người đối phương. Nhưng tốc biến lui về đến từ Artemis và tụ lao vào tìm kiếm Artemis. Nhưng Eddie lẻ loi quá, anh ta vẫn trong tay Seeker nhưng Artemis nằm xuống. Eddie tốc biến lui về tấn công. Dakka cùng với đó là tăng tìm kiếm Eddie nhưng Eddie còn sống. Bên này thành công bật lên, bên kia Histo đã shut down tấn công Ares. Eddie vẫn còn sống ở trên bản đồ. Dakka nằm xuống, Kia cố gắng chạy về với răng ná tí đi. Anh ta hết tốc biến rồi, chỉ thiên chưa tới tầm. Kia đang cố gắng đảo diều nhưng ta bị khống chế, bị chỉ thiên, bị lôi phạt và lên phải điểm số.
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
And welcome back to the LCP for week 4 and the last week of our regular season before playoffs next week. Carricks, I'm so excited for tonight's games. We have SHG versus GAM and then DCG versus DFM. Anything in particular you're looking forward to, Carricks, before we jump into tonight's series?
Oh, it's hard to narrow it down to just one thing. We've actually got a lot to talk about. GAM coming off a really disappointing loss last week where Team Secret Wales frankly bundled them up. Hawks as well looking so much better than they have in the last week's games. I think if they could take this scalp, if they could take down GAM, it's a massive deal for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Team Secret Wales, they dominated in such convincing fashion that 3 out of their 5 players, top jungle and support, made it to the LCP Team of the Week. But speaking of Team of the Week, tonight in our SHG versus GAM matchup, we're actually going to have Marble. Marble had a spectacular series on the weekend, so I'm really looking forward to seeing him versus our triple penta-killing Artemis Carricks.
Yeah, I mean, I think that matchup is just the one to watch. Marble on a massive upswing. Artemis a little bit disappointing last week. But we can see the stats still do mostly swing Artemis's way.
Yeah, really solid performance. Both of these players have actually nabbed themselves a few player of the match. We've got Artemis sitting on 2, and we've also got Marble with 1 as well. So this is definitely going to be the battle of the bot laners over here with the SHG Marble matchup. They both have different champ pools as well, which is really nice to see that kind of diversity, Carricks. But also coming out of tonight's series, we do have that second one with Relove DCG into DFM. And Relove DCG actually had a team member on the Team of the Week in Hongshu with that mid lane performance.
Yeah, I think Relove DCG has been the team to watch at the moment here in the LCP. They've been really, really impressive. They're pretty much locked into playoffs. I think they'd have to have basically the stars align for them not to be there. And going in, I think they were a bit of a dark horse for the split, and they're still in that position, but maybe it's getting a little bit brighter.
For sure, absolutely. And I love these matchups that we have here tonight for us. The Marble Artemis matchup, like the duel, the best AD kind of thing. I'm really keen to see what the others on SHG and GAM do as well. Evie in that top lane. I always love seeing Evie in top. I actually think he's a pretty good Cassante, and he's able to kind of match it with the best of them. But then we've got Kiaya on the other side of Evie, and he's no slouch either. I remember earlier this split, he was just outplaying everywhere on his Gnar, and it was spectacular. And Kennen as well. He does love himself that pocket Kennen.
Yeah, I mean, Kiaya has always had that Kennen in his pocket. He brings it out when Kennen is really not considered particularly meta. But just back on these ADCs, because just one point I sort of want to make is there is like a really notable difference, and there's just one pick that exemplifies these two ADCs to me. Marble has Kai'Sa in his pool. Artemis has Misfortune. Now, these are obviously, both players can play both of these picks. Of course they can. But the fact that one has and one hasn't does show the playstyle of these two players. Marble is a fair bit more independent. He will go in, he'll use the Kai'Sa, make these plays on his own, while Artemis is much more about being set up by his team. This is something that's been consistent for Artemis throughout his career, back when he was on Cerberus, when he was this massive ADC in the BCS. He needs his team to set him up. He needs his team to enable him. He's not the kind of player that is just going to say, all right, we're a little bit behind, time to 1v9. That's just not who he is. He's incredibly consistent, but he does need his team around him.
And I think that's something that Team Secret Whales identified last weekend when they just absolutely kept bullying, frankly, Artemis in his lane. They kept diving him. They kept targeting him more than I see in most games. In most games, you want to be diving the ADs. So whether that was a strategic decision to just straight dive Artemis, or in that particular game, the GAM didn't have the tools to be able to protect their AD, but I think it was a very targeted strategy from Team Secret Whales, who are atop the ladder and are through to the playoffs. So they have even more championship points than Relove DCG right now. So it'll be really, really exciting to see. I want to say GAM into SHG. I want to say not just the ADs, not just the top laners, but the teams as a whole. They've both got pretty even junglers coming into tonight's match as well, Carrix.
They really do. And just to round out the Artemis point before we have to go away for a second, I think one thing to keep in mind is that Team Secret Whales has played into GAM so many more times than any non-VCS team. They know Artemis' tendencies. They know attack the Artemis has always been a strategy that seems weird, but is actually incredibly effective. So let's see if the Hawks also know how to pull that one off.
I would love to see them put together a similar strategy to Team Secret Whales. I'm sure they've all been watching the VODs over the week, but we'll check it out straight after the right fist bump. We are getting ready here tonight for our first series, SHG versus GAM. This is the last of the regular split this weekend, and this is the first of what promises to be a fantastic weekend of games. We were just talking about Artemis and seeing if SHG can apply the same level of pressure that TSW were able to exert upon them. But before we get into the game, before there's any more theory crafting, we have walk-ons. Starting with our top laners, we have Evie and Kiaya here in the top lane. Really excited to see this matchup. I love both of their energy. They're always full of smiles. And Kiaya is also the team captain of GAM, so a bit of a shot caller, a bit of a leader there, followed by their junglers, Van One and Drakthar. Both very, very similar sort of levels of play, but very different champ pools, Carrix, as we move towards our mid laners.
Yeah, for sure. And these mid laners, there is one I want to focus on just a little bit more. It is RS. Needs to prove himself after a bit of a disappointing last week. Aria, though, a titan of the LJL and other regions, of course, but particularly that Japanese region, has always come home for that region.
Yeah, and we've got Marble and Artemis on the bot side as well. We've waxed lyrical about them this evening, but I'm really, really looking for GAM to be able to protect Artemis, to prevent SHG potentially wiping him out. I would imagine they would have to have watched the VODs from last week. And Vista and Taki, these two, so it's always a good time seeing Taki. These two are the ones who are going to have to protect those ADs. I dare say, you know, considering like Leonas, Nautiluses, things like that, anything to counter-engage. But these are the brains behind the teams, Corgi and Null. So we'll see what strategies, we'll see what plans they have hatched here. Carrix, as both teams are now seated and they're going to be getting ready for the 2v2 a little bit later, which will decide side selection. But Carrix, would you like to join me in a quick conversation around Taki and Vista, the supports of both of these teams?
Does it have to be a quick conversation? Because I think we can have a very long one.
It doesn't have to be at all.
But it is interesting that you bring it up, because looking at their champion pools are also very different. Vista most played champion is the Thresh, something Taki hasn't played this split, has also not traditionally been a Taki champion. I'm sure he's got it in his back pocket, but it's not something he gravitates towards. I also, you mentioned playing the Leona, the Nautilus, and I think that is probably where these supports will go, but I'd actually really like to see a bit of Enchanter play, particularly out of Taki. I think part of setting up Artemis is not just being able to start the fight for him, it's to protect him during the fight. You have Drakthar, you have Kiaya that like playing initiators. Drakthar's most played champion is Wukong. You don't necessarily need Taki as your primary engage. I'd really like to see him going back onto the Nami, maybe going over to the Lulu and setting Artemis up for success. I just think that's where this series is going to be decided.
I really do agree with you there. We haven't seen overly much of Enchanters out of Taki, and I'd love to see like a really deep pocket pick of like a Seraphine or something. I know she's probably not, you know, too meta, but
She's
I
totally
believe
playable,
in the Seraphine.
She's super
She
playable.
is. Yeah, absolutely. See, I agree. This is why we're working together. But we are here in the 2v2s now, and as you can see, there are some series bans. Those series bans are from champs that have been played that cannot be picked by those teams for the rest of the split. So every game, it gets a little bit deeper, it gets a little bit more. There's fewer and fewer champs available. As we do see SHG opt to ban the Varus. Varus actually has a cheeky little nerf or two coming his way in patch 26.3, but they don't have to worry about that. They don't have to worry about that just yet, as we're still on patch 26.2, Carrix.
That they are Silas, Yorick, and Darius, also removed from the 2v2. Makes sense. Amazing brawl champions. Let's see which way we go, as it is bot lane duo for GAM, getting a bit of a warm-up. Fan 1 and Vista for the Hawks. Not as traditional a duo, but it's Artemis playing Lysandra. So hopefully he's not warming that one up for the actual game.
Likewise. I like we're watching the cams. You're like, what are you doing? You picked Lysandra there, but that's a really interesting choice. I do like the grasp, how she can kind of displace herself and suddenly be at the end of that ability and in amongst your opponents, so to speak, as it is paired off Taki picking that assassin support with Pike. And yeah, it looks like we could be loading onto the Howling Abyss soon, or maybe a repick. I'm not entirely sure there, but these are the ways that the first sort of side select is picked, and I would expect if GAM take this one that they would go with the red side. As we have been seeing, the priority seems to be going on that red side there, Carrix.
Red side, and yeah, red side has been typically favored. I think it's sort of always been just that little bit better, just a little bit easier access to Dragon, but was always counterbalanced by blue side, of course, having first pick. I like that they've broken that up. It does actually make the dynamic a lot more interesting now, in my opinion. Really kind of gives a little bit to both, as Taki hiding with the hook will land it, but no follow-up on that one. As Artemis, ooh, cheeky.
I'm such a fan of Vista being on a Rumble. Like, just Rumble is so bothersome, but Vista is a support, so he would never ever get to play Rumble. So he's clearly just gone with it for fun pick for this 2v2 matchup.
Ah, you say that.
And
I have watched Taki play Rumble support. As they do land the hook into the flash W, they will clean up Van 1 on the Ashe. Now GAM needs just that one more kill. Makes it very, very hard for the SoftBank Hawks.
Vista moving forward aggressively, but as you say, they did secure themselves that kill. The first team to 2 kills, or the first team to kill the opponent's turret, wins. There's also a sudden death condition, which is called the Ring of Fire. First team to lose one player loses that, so the opposing team is the winner there for that one. As Vista is just left here to get a little bit of CS, as Van 1 walks back up to the minion wave. I feel like it's a great opportunity to get a little silly with it. You can start saying like crikey as they throw these skill shots out. But we do see a recall went down as well, and Taki is just back. So item advantage, CS advantage, it's on. They got to get these kills.
That they do, as in goes Taki again, landing the flash hook. Van 1 is in so much trouble, and they can trade 1-for-1 here, but they don't even have to, as they will lead him up. And GAM will have their pick of side or pick order. These are not tied together anymore, something that is new this split.
And there it is, as we kind of predicted, we kind of hypothesized GAM putting that priority over onto that red side, second pick red side. So they picked a little comp there that worked really well for them, and they defeated SHG 2-0 in this 2v2 side select, securing themselves that priority on the red that they so very much enjoy. Carrix. Now, I know we were talking about it before, and you were asking me earlier, you know, what is the matchup to watch? And for those of you at home who may have just tuned in, the matchup for tonight is absolutely Marble versus Artemis. These two ADs have been fiends on the Rift. Marble himself has secured a player of the match and a team of the week, and Artemis has secured himself a 2 player of the matches, plus a triple penta and a team of the week as well. So just all stars having a matchup tonight, Carrix.
Yeah, 100%. But I do want to just continue on that idea of it being Marble versus Artemis, because of course that's not how this actually plays out. It's not actually about Marble versus Artemis. It's about which team shuts the other ADC down more effectively. I think Marble showed, he had that Aphelios game, that's the one that's sticking in my mind, where you have to put resources into him earlier because they were behind in that game. And then he just took over, was so strong, was so far ahead that any early playmaking didn't matter. You have to keep him down. And as you were saying earlier, Team Secret Wales, when they took down GAM last week, realized the exact same thing about Artemis. If you constantly go back to him, you can't just do it once, you can't just do it twice, you have to keep on going back, diving him, killing him, throwing everything at him, and that's the only way to stop this level of ADC player.
You need to push these ADCs out of the game, not just slow them down, but literally you cannot play this game. As we do go to the draft, Carrix, arguably my favorite part of these games, because I love seeing the strategic side here as we go. Before we even get to the Rift, we do see GAM ban away that absolute menace of a jungler with Jace, and we see SHG place some respect on the VCS region with the Nocturne ban. So there will be no paranoia, there will be no lights out on tonight's Rift. And it is followed up with another ban toward the most powerful control mage of the patch, Orianna.
Orianna being removed is no surprise. Frankly, these bans so far are pretty paint by numbers. The Nocturne might seem strange if you're not an LCP enjoyer, which you should be. It's a great league, the best, some would say. But against BCS teams, particularly against Drakthar and GAM, Nocturne is a really quintessential thing that they've always used, they've always practiced. So that will be removed most of the time, especially if Orianna is available for whatever reason. Rumble as well, taken away, targeting out Kiaya a little bit. So far, nothing really shocking.
I agree. Nothing shocking here at all. The Rumble, mildly surprising because normally that kind of gets through and it just leads to a Rumble Cassante matchup. Interesting statistic that I learned through the week though, Carrix. The LCP has a less than 20% rate of Rumble Cassante topside matchups.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's kind of balanced out by our BO3s, but we're one of the lowest regions for that matchup, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, I do think it's nice. I think being able to play more aggressive matchups, being able to try and punish the Rumble rather than just surviving it has been nice to see in the LCP. But the picks are coming in. They go the Jarvan, the Premier Jungle after the Jace is banned, but it's immediately answered by Ryze Yunara.
Such a strong response coming out of GAM there. They got themselves arguably the best AD of the patch, definitely one of the top 3, I want to say. And Ryze has absolutely soared in priority. If you don't ban Ryze, it is instantly picked. But we did see last weekend as well, though, the Ryze was banned and the Orianna got through. And the Orianna carried that game to victory. So it's kind of like, okay, I can see why you ban Orianna, but maybe it's worth also banning Ryze. But not here, not tonight, maybe in another game, as we do see SHG respond with Talia in that mid lane. So they've shown their hand with their mid laner and their jungler, whereas GAM have got their mid laner and their AD with Artemis. So I'm really looking to see how GAM is going to empower Artemis on this Yunara. I would fully expect an Enchanter support coming out of Taki for this one, Carrix, as we see SHG lock in Cassante.
Cassante makes a lot of sense. Evie is just someone you just want to put him on a stable pick. He's going to be on an island this game. Top lane is not going to be the lane to watch. I can tell you that ahead of time as an outside observer. Those Talia ults will be going to the bot side. The Jarvan will be going to the bot side. And Nah as well for Kiaya just playing into this. This is going to be a lot of 4v4s around the bot side river in the bot lane. These top laners, they're going to have the music on, the comms muted, just vibing out.
What do they say? I think they call it like, you know, those pool noodles, and they're really soft, just wacky kind of pool noodle things. They're just going to be going at it with those, I think.
Yeah, the wet noodle.
As we do. Yeah, wet noodle fight, that's exactly it. As an Aphelios ban coming through, I see. I think watched Marble last weekend and we're like, we can't let Marble have that Aphelios Carrix.
I think they'd like to push him onto something like the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa jumping into the back line against a Ryze, always very risky, can just get met with a Rune Prison and just doesn't quite have the same hyper carry potential of a Yunara. Not to say that Kai'Sa can't carry, don't get me wrong, but not quite the same. And I think that benefits GAM if they push Marble a little bit down, really give Artemis the advantage in the matchup.
Yeah, especially if they build around what they actually just ban the Kai'Sa away as well. They're just going to hit the champ pool rather than force him onto a champ to build around. We do have that Wukong ban coming out of SHG. They are trying to make sure GAM can't kind of jump onto their back line and get that Cyclone, get that chase down with the clone, reduce that mobility. Drakthar does love his Wukong, as you called out a little bit earlier. We were saying how he does love his engage, that sort of bruiser, brawlery style of jungler. As SHG decide to target jungler again with Pantheon. So many junglers who get this Pantheon prove very, very effective by the nature of that global ability, right? And it makes a smart ban because you don't want to give too many globals over to one team at any one time. Ryze plus Pantheon, I mean, suddenly a 1v1 is turned into a 5v1. But we do see GAM. Ooh, they hovered Viego. Viego Carrix.
I don't think I would have liked the Viego very much. I like Viego when he has someone else that can sort of set up that first kill, get him his first reset. That's sort of what I want out of that champion. But I think going to Lee Sin, something Drakthar has always been very, very talented at. That said, if you're a professional level jungler, you have to have a Lee Sin. It's just the rules. It's like mid laners in Azir. You have to do it. but it's a really explosive pick. It can set Kiaya up for big Nars. It can set RS up for some big rune prisons. Answered on the other side by the Corki Bard. Bard in particular, I really like.
Bard is just, as shown, as proven, as we all know, one of the strongest play-making supports known to League of Legends. That Tempered Fate just locks entire teams down. It prevents engages, or it lets your team initiate the engage. As we do see a Nautilus picked on the other side, so that Nautilus will obviously be there to protect Artemis's Yunara, try and get that auto attack lockdown, get the dredge line, the depth charge, that CC off on whoever this Artemis Yunara wants to go on. These comps, I'm liking them both. They both have a lot of potential. I like the frontline skirmishing coming out of GAM just a little bit more than SHG, but SHG are able to kind of keep them at bay, I think, Carrix.
I really like what the SoftBank Hawks have put together. I think it's a super synergistic composition. I like when comps are obvious with what they do. You land a Bard ult, you follow it up with a Jarvan going in, cataclysming on top of a Ryze, on top of a Yunara, who really struggle to deal with that, and you just go kind of crazy on them. GAM's composition is much more about single picks. If someone takes a step out of line, they are in so much trouble. It's just a Nautilus ult into a Lee Sin kick, and you just explode at that point. But I don't know. I really think the SoftBank Hawks have picked up a good draft here, and they're going to take it to GAM in map 1.
Yeah, you make a really good point. The GAM does have themselves a very pick-orientated draft. I would like to see how it plays out towards the later game. But enough of that. We are on the Rift for Game 1 of tonight's best of 3 series between SHG and GAM. Ooh, we have double unsealed spellbooks here as well. So that Nautilus will benefit from the TP, the Flash, the Ghost, as well as that Bard. So that's a dangerous combination. But we do see, cool, Evie, 8 solo kills so far in 26, whereas in 25 it was 9. So he's very, very close to equaling his entire last year, Carrix.
All right, Evie, you've got 10 months to get 2 solo kills. I believe in you.
I don't think that's a tall order for anyone.
I mean, I would not. Let me put it this way: you could give me 10 years in this league, and I would not get 2 solo kills. So, you know, pretty good out of Evie so far. That is actually a point of improvement. Evie, somewhat in the last few splits, has had a bit of a weaker laning phase, has sometimes been taken advantage of by other top laners. So, jokes aside, it is actually really good to see him fighting back on that front.
And I really enjoy what I just saw there. So Taki on the Nautilus is walking forward, putting that dredge line pressure down. And Vista was body blocking, like just dancing in front of Marble there, being like, if you throw that dredge line, it's only going to hit me. And Taki was so disincentivized with that he just decided never to throw that dredge line anyway. But then obviously, as we saw, he threw the dredge line and hit Marble and was able to get some damage down. But it's just those small plays coming out of your support to protect your AD like that really put you in sort of a winning position when that all-in does occur.
Ooh, RS getting a really nice trade there with the first tonic. Just able to get that shove, get a big chunk onto Arya, and this is where Ryze wants to be. If Ryze is on the front foot in lane, it's really dangerous because he doesn't actually need to win lane to take over the game.
You're right. Could just slow play it, farm up, and be happy with that. We do see Kiaya here using that range from Nard to bully Evie a bit. Evie doing well, though, to maintain a close enough CS. And that Bard just throwing down those little heals for Marble to be able to scoot back over and grab Arya, potentially grabbing a quick recall. Yeah, there we go. Arya's just stopping that recall. I almost feel like Arya knew that would happen. So it was just like I'm waiting. I'll recall. See what he does, and it's exactly as you would expect. I am very keen for our last first stand, though, Carrix. That's coming up as well. That'll be in Brazil, and The high...
Oh, Taki! Oh no, he Spider Norts under the tower. There is a jungler coming in, lands the Q onto Marvel. I don't think they're going to pull the trigger on it. Just happy to save the support and burn the barrier.
It was a good thing Drakthar showed up, took a turret shot, but notably Artemis also took a turret shot, but it was ramped, so one hit did more than 50% of his health. Ultimately, GAM really lost that fight on the bot side there, Carrix, even though it was a 3v2, because as you pointed out, Taki unfortunately went straight in under that turret and caught the aggro immediately.
Look, we got to hit our skill shots. That's what I'm going to say. Come on, Tiger. We got to hit our skill shots. At least aim it in a way where if you miss, you don't hit the wall. Easier said than done in that position, of course. But in the end, the reset timing was honestly fine. Artemis will catch this wave, just shove it out, take his reset. It should all kind of fizzle into nothing.
And we do see Drakthar here just going for the chickens and is on a bit of vision, so SHG know where he is. But as a support man, I got to back my homie Taki. That was a fantastic dredge line straight down the middle. It's what we call a zoning dredge line. You don't see it too often. Vista's in the middle.
Yeah, moves over just to harass RS, reading the roam, reading the move from Drakthar. It's pretty good, but he is going to get bound up, has the magical journey. Drakthar will follow him over, always risky, but in the end, able to zone him off. They're not too scared of the level 5 Van 1. They are stronger at the moment, but they don't want to go into the jungle. They don't want to overcommit to this. This is just GAM claiming territory, just being assertive.
Showing their dominance, so to speak. But as I was saying a little bit earlier, at the end of this split, the #1 team in the LCP will find themselves going to first stand, which is in Brazil. So there are some pretty big stakes at play, other than, you know, winning the LCP. It's getting the opportunity to stamp your name in the international league history books. Last year, it was CFO attending every single international major, First Stand, MSI, and Worlds. But this year, we've got a very, very different field. There's a lot of top-end competitors, Carrix, so it'll be exciting to see who does make it, as we do see a little bit of that recall.
He can flag and drag over the wall. But on the first stand point, it's so valuable for these teams to go over to first stand. Obviously, last year CFO had a really good run. They had deep runs at MSI as well. They really, really did the LCP proud. But this is something that really matters to these teams. They really care about making the fans, making the region proud. I've spoken to players back when they were still in the BCS, whenever they got the opportunity to go over to Worlds, to MSI. Obviously, First Stand wasn't around at the time, but it would have been the same sentiment. They really, really care about that. They really want to make people proud. And it's also so important for the region. The region has to have teams go over to these international competitions. And in my opinion, it's so much better when it's not the same team every time. CFO earned it, don't get me wrong. I love CFO. But it's so much better if we could send 3 different teams. Well, we'll send more than one team to Worlds regardless, but for the purpose of what I'm saying, if 3 different teams could go international, we send 1 team to First Stand, we send Relove DCG to First Stand, we send GAM to MSI, and then we send another 3 or whatever to Worlds. That just levels the entire region up. They get scrims in against the top teams from other regions. They learn from them. They get better at playing under the big lights as well. That's something that it gets talked about, but it's so hard to quantify because we do see it, right? We do see these former minor region, like, again, I'm using the VCS example. I remember Kiaya's first Worlds. He was this gun mid laner at the time. He was a mid laner. And then he went to Worlds and just didn't do anything. And it wasn't because he was worse than the other players. It was because he was nervous. It was visible. And that's something that needs to get cleaned up.
And without going to these events, you don't get that practice, right? So you've got to be good enough in your domestic regions to be able to qualify for these international events. And then you've all got to do your best at these international events, get that practice under that pressure, under that spotlight, as we do see a little
scuffle. Drakthar, they don't want to commit onto him. They know a Realm Warp is possible. Drakthar can survive for a long time as well. So he is just going to bully them out, just get vision control as well. As GAM, they're very much on the front foot early on.
We did see Ares start to rotate after the fight had broken out. It's interesting you pointed out the rise, though. We haven't seen that, dare I say, classic maneuver of the moment that rise hits level 6, realm warp down to bot side, overload it, dive the tower, and get the kills. Right now, both of these teams are just very happy farming, and it's working out in SHG's favor. They don't have to deal with this typically very aggressive VCS team. They can just build their gold up, they can get their items, they can feel a bit safer, a bit more comfortable before the inevitable fights break out. GAM did get that first Drake, and now it looks like they're putting priority onto these grubs. It's currently a 3v2, and it doesn't look like SHG are going to contest this yet. We do see the support, though.
So I do think they'll at least try and scuffle over this. GAM will have first bite. As he goes, the flash kick, in they go, but the Tempest Bait buying so much time. Realm Warp threatening the back line. Van1 does have to just back off. But with the Tempest Fate down, SHG will struggle to engage. But I think this will just be SHG taking over the Grub Pit. GAM muscled off.
Well played by SHG. They're obviously getting the... They did get the priority there, being able to force GAM away. I did know that Ares' Realm Warp was used very defensively.
Vista needs to be careful. Kiaya is in Mega Narb. Doesn't go for the Flash Slam. Didn't actually have it up. Must have used it in lane. So we still do have 2 grubs on the map.
Yeah, that was a good depth charge coming out of Taki there as well. Ultimately not leading to a kill on Van1, but did force the flash out. So that's a critical tool that Van1 does not have access to for the next skirmish. Now, SHG did get 1 of the 3 grubs, so there are still 2 grubs on the map for either side to take, and I do see that SHG is starting to ping it. So I think they want to be the ones to get those 3, and we do see Van in the top side, but unfortunately roaming bot side, so it doesn't look like they're going to put that priority there either. We do see half items being completed across the board, so just slowly building, slowly farming, no significant gold lead on either side, just pokes and trades at the moment, Carrix. Very uncharacteristic of the VCS.
So it's interesting that you say that, because it's actually not uncharacteristic of GAM. GAM was always different. They can play super aggro, don't get me wrong. GAM can play super aggro, they can go super buff, but part of the reason that GAM was so dominant in the VCS, they were the most dominant team by a country mile, was because they actually did have the 2 modes. They had the handbrake as Ultra traded top. Sometimes that's what they would do. Like, a lot of teams would run into them, but GAM would just know how to be like, okay, well, you run into us, we're just going to step to the left, and you're going to charge past us. We don't really care. They can actually play these slow games. And just on the topic of globals that you brought up earlier, it's always an interesting dynamic when there's 2 globals, one on either team, because you don't want to be the first one. You don't want to press the Realm Warp, and then the Talia gets to respond to you, and by the same token, you don't want to press the Weaver's Wall and let the Rise respond to you, as Arya, speaking of getting responded to, oversteps and is taken down.
Yeah, we're casually talking about globals, and this fight is just breaking out over this dragon, and Ares is just pressuring Arya. Taki gets a good dredge line depth charge, and bam, first blood. That 100 extra gold collected by Ares as well, then runs mid to chip away at that turret. So a nice amount of gold over to Ares there. I think it was just a split fight from SHG. They'd come from bot and mid, but they weren't able to connect, whereas GAM had kind of grouped up and were able to just push back to one side. As we go to this replay, we see Van here go in on Drakthar. Drakthar gets poked a little bit and gets to safety.
This
and
is
here,
the misstep. Arya needs to be behind the turtle.
Yeah. Just easy dredge line for Taki there. Van did well to get away with that flag and drag. Otherwise, that could have potentially been another one. Artemis had popped that Transcendence and was chasing with that Kraken Slayer too. But GAM win the fight. They get themselves their second Drake. This Drake stacking has begun. And currently, they're up in the roll quest as well. 3-2.
They are. I imagine that will be equalized fairly soon, as Marble has just been farming casually just that little bit behind Artemis. Artemis just being able to catch a wave or two more on this Yunara, as well as that assist. But Kraken Slayer and Triforce both complete. Both ADCs fairly strong. Drakthar probably just wants to get the smite, but he's locked up. He's put in the Unraveled Earth and just taken down. Good play there by SoftBank Hawks. Really good awareness of what Drakthar was doing.
They had the numbers, they knew what they were doing, they wanted it, they got it, and Drakthar did his best, obviously, but unfortunately, 3v1, you can't really win those fights. So well played by SHG to win that one. We do see just some mid-lane scuffling now, trying to get that priority, trying to push into that tier 1 turret and be the first to crack it. It gives so much map priority if you can crack that tier 1 turret in the mid lane. It frees up your mid laner to roam around, as Kiaya is just trading so heavily into Evi on this Cassante, using that ranged advantage from Nah. Just a small CS advantage, as we see Vista roaming top. Shouldn't really lead anything, as Ares
breaks his ankle. There's Taki now arriving. Vista could be in trouble here. Will get locked in the rune prison. Good backstep by RS. We'll just chunk him out. I think they have the read that Van One's in the area, so they don't want to fight anymore. But Taki bound up. They just go straight in onto Arya. There's a Bard ult to save him for now, but RS ghosted up, wants to chase him down. Can't quite do it. Taki walking this one out. Van One holding him, but he just turns straight back around, and he should, because he set them up for that first kill, 1-for-1 on the top side.
I really liked that. It was a sort of more prolonged fight. Initially a 2v2, and then Taki roamed river, not knowing that Van 1 was coming up, and it sort of became a 3v2 that GAM were able to slow play and ultimately win that one. Smart from Taki there. Flash dredge line to bring them back into that fight, and then toward the end, throw that dredge line out onto Vista to at least turn it back into a 1v1. I'm really liking the strategy, the thinking that we're seeing coming out of Taki on this Nautilus. As we go back to live and we see GAM, they're around this Rift Herald. They're a bit split at the moment, and SHG are in the area. They want to contest this one, Carrots.
They won't be able to, though, as the smite comes down. GAM will pick that one up. Van One threatening, I think, is smart. Just make GAM keep resources here. Just don't let them back off for free. Drakthar does need to be careful. One interaction we need to be watching this game, and we did see it a little bit earlier, is the Unraveled Earth under Lee Sin. Lee Sin is dash the champion, and Talia stops dashes. So always one to keep in mind. But let's have a look at this replay here from Taki.
Yeah, Taki comes through, was clearing a ward, and realizes there's an opportunity, goes straight onto Vista. Nice slow play here, kind of disengages that fight. Vista gets away with the magical journey, but Van One now rotates in. And Taki, there's the flash dredge line that I was talking about. Sees Van and goes, I can turn this back around onto Arya. Unfortunately, Arya's not able to close that one out. And Taki, again, turning around onto Vista to be able to at least give that 1-for-1 back to Arya's, his mid laner. We go to live, and it looks like Artemis popped Transcendence, but that was about it. Maybe it was to get away from a fight, because Van and Vista are in that area. Okay, interesting. A scuffle. We'll put it down to that. Yeah. But we are getting a lot of pings on that bot side. Yeah, yeah, an alt scuffle. Yeah, Van looks
Cataclysm's also down. It's probably some little Jarvan play.
Yeah.
He loves those.
It's why they picked the Jarvan to lock down those ADs, and then the AD's like, I guess I have to respect that with an ult. Don't want to borrow that. Ooh.
Good trade there by Arya. Won't go any further, though, as Drakthar responding in kind on to Van. Does go for the flash kick. Ooh, Taki doesn't quite follow it up, but the Jarvan flash being down does give GAM a good angle to an important dragon, as in they go. Ares is already in the backline. He's going to be taken down, but he did a lot of damage before he did. And oh no, GAM is falling apart here. This is an excellent response here by the SoftBank Hawks. Taki will be the next to fall. They just did not have the pieces in place.
GAM they went on that magical journey, but they ended up in the graveyard. There was no magic to be found at the end of that journey, Carrick. really smart by SHG. It feels like they were able to bait GAM into exactly where they wanted to fight them as SHG coach comms come through for the first time for this game. They had them in a narrow sort of pathway. They were able to hit every single skill shot as GAM just walked into them. Aria was able to stay at maximum range and poke Arias out as we go to this replay. So Drakthar gets onto Van 1. He goes for the flash Dragon's Rage. Taki gets the dredge line out, but Van with those instant reactions. And we see 4 SHG, but Arias is deep. So it's a numbers advantage to SHG. They've managed to bait GAM in, and that Tempered Fate coming out of that Bard changes it from a 4v2 into a 4v1, leaving Taki on his own to just die to the mid lane of SHG. Just a really good set piece there from SHG. Some really heads up play, just channeling them in and using that numbers advantage very, very well there, Carrix.
And it was really poor target selection by RS. Just going in onto the Talia, not really what he has to do in that fight. Just hit the front line. You're a Rise. You will get through a Jarvan reasonably quickly. You just don't need to make a turbo play where you go onto the backside just because I think he spotted Aria. He thought he was out of position, but he's so far back. I don't agree with the play. RS needs to be a lot more respectful. He is still very strong. 2-1 on that Rise, 3 minutes away from the Rod of Ages popping up. So RS still one to keep an eye on, but he can't be doing that.
And he'll have his Actualizer as his third item, but obviously that's some ways away. And as you say, with the front line, Drakthar had to get rid of Dragon's Rage, Evie there. But as you say, the front line, SHG didn't even really have that much of a front line. They only had J4. Evie's Cassante, the real front line, the tank, wasn't even in the area. As we see SHG roaming topside, Ares read that play like a book and got himself out of danger before any real damage could be done there by SHG. Ares does still have Ghost as well, so can, put in the legwork, sprint away. Pretty much everyone has their ults except Drakthar at the moment. Most flashes are up as we do see GAM crack that mid tier 1 and earn themselves that priority. And
bad bottle. Doesn't stop the crash. And it doesn't really matter. There's no objective for 2.5 minutes, but come on, you got to hit those.
you gotta save your turret.
If you're gonna use the ult, you got to time it right. Like, as Van very far forward here, taking a lot of damage, but Artemis has to be careful. There's a teleport in the backside, so Artemis forced to go forward. Weaver's wall, splitting them off. Evie is here, can go all out, but he's on the wrong side of the wall. They're just gonna turn onto him. This is the exact response for the Cassante. When he teleports like that, you just turn around and kill him instead.
And GAM, they had the numbers advantage to begin with on that fight. They were quicker to collapse. They were able to win this team fight, taking out the jungler as well as the top laner. So they just turn it into an absolutely free Baron here as well. SHG, Van kind of just got caught out there, and that TP, it feels like it was a little too late. But SHG look like they're going to try and bounce these waves, try and buy them some time from this GAM Baron empowered push they're going to secure for themselves. They did just turn that gold lead from 2.2 back over to themselves for 400, so that's pretty good. Yeah, Van goes in. He wanted this, knowing Vista was in the area, but I don't think they knew Taki was there. Yeah, really well played. Taki blind, flashes over the top, and gets that auto passive off, rooting Van 1 down, not allowing him to escape. Evie TP'd late into the back line. GAM just did the smart thing, like you called out. They had the numbers advantage. They just beat SHG on the front side. They turned around and took Evie down on the backside.
It was well played, for sure. A little bit suspect out of SHG. Looked a little bit disjointed. The wall went up, but then they didn't really play around it. Evie was caught TPing on the wrong side of it. Just need a little bit more coordination. Kind of said it at the same thing about GAM before. A little bit more recognition of how we want to play this one. And the other thing as well, and something we've been setting up, is we need to be activating Marble. Yes, Artemis is 003. That's largely just because he has had kills stolen from him, frankly. Taki just thieved away Evie, and he should do it. Support players unite. But jokes aside, he could be 3-0, really. He's very, very strong. GAM have been playing through him. Marble, so far, has just been fending for himself. And while I did sort of set that up pre-game as how these teams kind of like to play, Corky's not the champion for it. Corky needs a bit of help. Needs to get involved in it.
Corky being all out.
Yeah, it's all right. Kiaya does have the Naba filling, will knock Evie away, and should just be able to walk away. I said before the game, the top laners don't exist this game. It remains true.
We cut to a top laner fight like, well, they're going to
they weren't going to kill anyone.
Yeah. It's interesting you point out Marble, though. Marble, as an individual, does have a gold lead over Artemis, but GAM are here on the Drake. They're going to get themselves that Hextech Drake and their third for the game. But Marble, it almost feels like in these team fights has been relatively absent by lack of impact. I think because GAM are able to find themselves those number advantage fights, excepting around the back of the Dragon Pit earlier, and they're able to sort of usher Marble away, whereas Artemis has been allowed to be involved in the fights. You saw him scoot over that wall and chase down Evie, and as you say, supports, they're just as much a part of the team. They deserve these kills too. Taki picked that one up, but I really think Artemis is kind of at the advantage here at the moment. He feels a bit empowered, protected, sort of the team comp built around him, if you will, Carrix.
Totally agree. As Drakthar hiding on the side here. Yeah, nothing really to fight over. So SoftBank Hawks just don't need to expose themselves. They can just sit back, catch waves, let GAM come to them, because I think that is still their best way to win. They still do just need to scale. The wall comes out, but everyone's on the same side. I don't feel like we need to be playing this aggressive, but we get a good catch onto Taki, but Drakthar coming in from the back, puts in the boot, isn't actually that great, but he's doing a lot of damage. They trade Evie on the other side. Can we get Drakthar out? No, we can't, but we can put up a Realm Warp. Artemis wants it, dives into the backside, managing to put down a lot of damage. Van 1 sacrifices himself for the cause, and GAM pick up a 2-for-1.
That was a very, very messy fight there, Carrix. Even the Aria's Realm Warp, when he initially put that down, there was 3 GAM standing in it, and all 3 of them ran away from the Realm Warp before Artemis decided to step back into it, which we'll see here in this replay. Taki gets caught out. An excellent flick there from Aria on the Talia, but Drakthar has that target priority down, diving the backline, distracting 4 of SHG, giving GAM the numbers advantage to be able to take down SHG's tank. There's that Realm Warp. Artemis takes it and is able to avoid yet another of Aria's flicks. So Aria performing very, very well on this Talia, aside from that Weaver's Wall, which put everyone on one side and kind of just had them all staring at one another over the fence, being like, I'm coming for you. And then ultimately when that wall went down, the trigger was pulled, Taki got caught, and the fight broke out. But GAM did well to get that 2-1. As we see, nothing. All right.
Scuffle over the crab does go GAM's way. Just keeping them with vision. Evie and Kiaya having a little bit of a biffo. The wallet won't land, but the Nah will. And once again, we do our union mandated check-in on top lane. But oh no, someone else has joined the fray. Mid laners do matter this game. Kiaya flashing, jumping, and does manage to walk away. That was rude, Aria. The top laners are on an island. You don't have a boat.
No, Aria had a plane and was able to get down to that bot side very, very quickly as the 1v1 became a 1v2, and Kiaya, forced to respect it, flashes to make sure he lives that fight. But Aria, we signed an agreement. It was top laners only, and you broke that agreement, you know? So we will remember this. We do see that Rise has hit that 3-item threshold, as has pretty much everyone else, except classically the top laners and supports. So it will be awesome to see this Rise putting down so much damage there, Carrix. This AP threat in the mid lane, this playmaking with the Realm Warp, but not to be outdone despite a level down. Arya on that Talia with the Weaver's Wall can definitely do some playmaking of their own and dish some damage too. You've just got to be really careful. Like you said earlier, Lee Sin with those dashes over those rubble, just dangerous.
And someone to watch in these fights is Van One. It's going to come down to, can you land a big flag and drag or ult onto Aris followed by a Talia flick? If that happens, yeah, Rise is really scary at this point. Yeah, he's 3 items. Yeah, he's got a stack automation. He's still just a Rise. If you hit him with that, he will die. And they need to make him dead if they want to win these fights. As GAM noticed that the Baron has been started, teleports coming in from Evie. Taki just lurking around the outside. Artemis is here, zoned away by Evie at the moment. Draktar's not close enough for a steal. This is going to be Baron secured, but the SoftBank Hawk still needs to get out. As Draktar caught out, he's going to be taken down. The Bard ult pick up too, but Artemis, he's pulled up and ready to go. Marvel's better, beats him down. This is a real problem now. Aris running forward, but he can't go into 2. The Cassante sacrifice, but that is 3 Baron buffs escape.
That was a surprising play out of SHG.
That means no dragon.
And SHG just pulled the trigger on that Baron, and GAM weren't in the area. They weren't quick enough to be able to bring 5 of their team members to bear. As we go to this replay to break it all down, we see SHG. They're first to Baron. They've started it up. There's no vision. Taki, great heads up from Taki to be able to get these wards down and go, oh, this Baron has been started, but a support versus 4, you can't do anything just yet. And Evie TP's in, giving SHG 5 versus 3. GAM, and the Talia's Weaver's Wall, being able to zone GAM out of this, they wanted that. As we go back to live, a scuffle over Dragon.
And this is an important one. This is Soul if GAM get it. They do get a lot of damage there. Van One goes down. There's now no smite. This is Soul for GAM, but how will the fight play out as Marvel on a rampage? Realm Warp bringing RS in. Can we get a miracle steal? We can! Unsealed Spellbook! Unsealed the game!
Vista. What a steal. Draktar had earlier been forced... Draktar? Hello?
Draktar angry at himself? Punishing himself for missing the smite.
Dare I say, that was a tilted play, that one. That was very confusing. As I look forward to going back to the replay around that Drake, it was all just happening so quickly. SHG had snuck the Baron from underneath the noses of GAM. They had no vision, so SHG were able to get their players there in priority. Evie responded quicker. They were 5v3. Arya's Weaver's Wall was able to zone GAM away, not letting Draktar in the pit. As we see this GAM fight break out, Taki's dredge line misses, and Kiaya gets a good stun off onto Van One. That's how Van goes down in the pit. Kiaya with the wallop stun into the wall. And Taki's trying to frontline the world. Vista with the Tempered Fate slows down the Drake take, and it's just Draktar on the too early.
Way too early as well. Like, it really wasn't even close.
Yeah, 197 health still left over. They're able, obviously, to get Vista as, payment, but the support for preventing Soul, you take that deal any day of the week. There's so much action happening, Carrix. I couldn't even still talk about the Baron there. These guys are just going at it. One fight that I did notice, as you were calling as well, that I really liked, it was essentially a 1v1 between Marvel and Artemis, sort of off to the side of that Baron fight once it'd been taken. Yeah, and Marvel absolutely gutter stomped Artemis there, which was something to see.
Yeah, you don't want to take that 1v1. This is what I was talking about in the pregame. We need to see more play around Artemis. We need to be seeing GAM setting him up for success. He's down in the individual matchup, but at this point in the game, they're both 4 items, still able to make a lot happen. This Yunara needs to be protected, needs to be able to play at the back of the team. And so far, this game is really close, but GAM has been looking disjointed. I feel like if they come together as 5 and do what this team comp is meant to do, they should hard win the fights. But that's a lot easier said than done.
Couldn't agree with you more there, mate. Honestly, I haven't seen a good sort of front-to-back 5v5 team fight come out of GAM just yet. It feels like so far they've been a little bit slower to get to these team fights that SHG are proving more proactive on as they use their third and final coach comms for this game. Drakthar deep in enemy territory and basically on his own. If Drakthar gets caught here,
he's listened.
All right.
He's never getting caught.
I mean, I got to hype it up, right? Like, this is action. It's happening. Let's talk about it. As the Scuttle Crab does go down, Drakthar just keeps hitting these Sonics, these Qs. Very, very nice, but ultimately leading to nothing because Drakthar knows there's more SHG in the area and SHG knows there's more GAM. So it's just about priority, right? It's about who can bully who away. Drakthar playing quite fearlessly at the moment, but SHG just clearing some wards, making sure they have that vision control when the inevitable objectives come up. We do have the next Baron in 50 seconds and the next Drake in about 1:10, which should be explosive, Carrix, because again, it could be the soul for GAM, or it's SHG's third, putting them on soul point alongside GAM as well, which could be a banger of a 7th Drake fight.
And the next maybe 20 seconds needs to be GAM putting as much gold as possible into Artemis, which they are at the moment. He needs to reset and finish an item. If he does, he will go into the fight even with Marble. I'm not, because 1.6k gold at this stage when you're 5 items, it's actually kind of hard to read where that is. Whether Artemis might have enough to finish his 5th item, it's going to be really close, and it depends how well GAM can stall around this Baron.
Because right now,
can Artemis find a reset?
Yeah, because right now, I mean, Marble does have that GA as well. So not only do you have to kill Marble once, you have to kill him twice to take him out of these fights. And that is a tall order. Has gone for those steel cap boots as well. So has that 10% damage reduction that comes along with those. As that ult poke comes down on Artemis, that's like 15-20% of Artemis' health. He can't be taking those as the fight is about to break out. The Drake is on the Rift. The Baron is on the Rift. SHG pushing mid, but Drakthar has the angle.
They're going to go straight in. Kiaya has been blown up, but GAM don't get the kill on the backside. Do manage to pick one up for Aria. Van 1 is low. Van 1 will go into the backside. This is so good by him using that last little bit of light before the GA. Will get back up, taken down. No jungler on the map for the SoftBank Hawks. Or maybe there is one. He's just shaped like a bard. As the dragon is pulled, Drakthar redeems himself for the last time. There is no spellbook fight this time. GAM secure soul, and they make their way towards Baron.
They've got to be happy with that. It was a 2-for-1, and they were able to take out the jungler of the enemy team, giving themselves all of the chance, all of the priority in the world to secure this Dragon Soul and to secure this Baron. SHG know it. We can see Marble is taking a recall. They're not even going to contest. So GAM will net themselves this healthy amount of gold before recalling, resetting, and running out on their... Kiaya dies so early here. Gets that Cataclysm, but it's well played by GAM to play this one out here to kite as we see Artemis moving so aggressively, moving so confidently, and Marble is just not allowed to fight in this one. Even all of that damage, not able to put it down in that particular fight. So well played. We do see that Baron is on 4 of GAM plus that Drake Soul. So they'll definitely be looking to push these waves out. They're not in a great position though, so it'll be tough for them to ultimately siege in the next 2 minutes. And they'll probably want to get some vision, try and get that control. But SHG, they know this play. They've done it themselves. They're not going to let GAM get this for nothing, as Ares is alone on the top side at the moment.
No one really there to punish him. GAM do have a good idea where SHG are. They're going to throw the Talia wall and the Bard ult. It's just really there was no chance of a follow-up. That's now 2 really big ultimates down while you're facing a Baron buff.
That play felt really odd. I'm not entirely sure what they were going for with that one. Maybe it was
pretty disappointed with Arya's walls. These Taliyah walls have been a bit underwhelming this game.
Taki knows what's up. Taki's like, no, I have no vision in that bush, and we just saw you mid lane. Please don't walk. Oh, Vista revealing. Okay. I was like, Taki, no, please don't walk into that bush. As GAM look like they're putting priority on the bot, and they've got Drakthar in the mid. I think they're just happy to let Evie push in that top side. They'll be able to get their bot side tier 2 recall and defend top in the worst case situation. It is a 4v4 here, but Drakthar is just free pushing that mid lane. So really intelligent playing here from GAM. The strategy to overload and get that uncontested mid lane push.
100% sinking the waves there. Really textbook stuff. We love to see it. But Drakthar now in trouble. Has used the kick, uses the ward hop, goes into the GA. There is no saving him here. Just stayed a few seconds too long. Will go down to just fed to Marble, making sure that boy is big and strong. The rest of GAM have gotten out of there with the empowered recalls. Kiaya just walking away. But Drakthar, silly stuff there. Just doesn't need to die.
I think potentially it was a sacrifice play. It was drag, I'll stay here, drag them over to me, and if I go down, it's still value because we got that tier 2. But I feel like he could have left earlier once they saw them disappear from bot side. Obviously, that magical journey getting him there quickly. But as we predicted, GAM got that bot side tier 2 reset and pushed out that top side as well that Evie had been trying to push in. So just part of the strategy, I think. Probably a cost that they were willing to bear if Drakthar went down. But Marble in that exchange did go godlike. 7-0 for the ADC of SHG. So really strong. Definitely a threat and must be respected on this rift the next time a fight breaks out, which I suspect we're probably not going to see for the next minute and a half.
I think there might be a counter down to the fight in the top left corner.
yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, Marble, as you said, he's 7-0. He's absolutely massive, but he needs his front line to come through. He needs Evie to find an all-out. That's something, like, have we seen an effective all-out? We saw it a few times when he was just brawling with Kiaya in lane where no one was ever going to kill each other. But he needs to be grabbing Artemis. He needs to be moving Eris. If he takes Eris over a long wall, he can die. And he will. If you do that, Eris will kill him. But who cares? The Rise is gone. That's all you care about. And Taki is caught out, managed to play around the Cataclysm. The rest of GAM are in range. But Marble moves up to 8. Threatening the side. This is a big advantage now for the SoftBank Hawks. 40 seconds on Taki. GAM can't establish vision without their support. Bartle doesn't find anything.
Good job by GAM there to avoid that tempered fate coming out of Vista. I mean, Taki just got caught, but thankfully only Taki paid for his sins. No one else went down. Drakthar, got a bit close to that brush there, buddy. As we do see SHG now clearing vision around the bot side Drake pit. They look to be contesting this one because in 30 seconds it will be the Elder. And we all know Elder wins team fights. We'll probably see some recalls.
Elder wins just about everything. Though it's often not the buff that does it, it's the forced fight. Taki. Spellbook teleports to the side. Hawks will see him now as Kiaya goes Mega. This is something to track as well. This Narbar, he will be out of Mega Gnar by the time the fight starts and by the time he actually really wants to be in Mega. So Kiaya needs to be hitting things to build this back up once he gets out of that tired mode. Evie takes a lot of damage, but is Cassante, should be fine. And this is a very, very tense one, Logan.
Yeah, you can tell that they both don't want to give this Elder over for nothing. Ares might be caught. Ooh,
good
respecting
flash.
it.
Oh, but they're just going to re-engage onto him. He's in so much trouble. That is a disaster for GAM. It's all on Artemis. He is dealing a lot of damage. Can he find enough? They dive onto the side. They take down Vista. Artemis is firing as he takes them down. Evie desperately trying to move him away. Will pay with his life. And you can catch the rise. But can you rise above? It is Artemis picking up the triple kill. Aria with the world on his shoulders. Kiaya just needs to zone him out as GAM takes the fight.
GAM look to be pushing this team fight down the mid, just get that priority for themselves, and then they'll convert it into the Elder, it looks like. Artemis just left a free fire in the backline. GAM did so well to block for Artemis. Drakthar literally body blocking the skill shots coming out of Marble, as Marble did die for the first time this game, and they might want to try and delay. If they can hold it off for a couple of seconds, they could give their entire team. They're not going to risk it. They're going to take it down. Oh, he's waiting. There it is. Elder buff onto the entire team of GAM, and Artemis rotating around the Baron. That was a fantastic team fight. SHG secured themselves an early advantage, capturing Ares out here on the side on his own. Dodges the Tempered Fate, respects the entire team of SHG with a flash, but goes to re-engage and is just caught by that J4 Cataclysm and taken down. Now here, SHG, unfortunately, unable to convert their 4v5 advantage into a win. Evie, great target selection. Take Artemis out of the fight, give your team a fighting chance. But GAM had so many GAs that they were forced to be killed 2 times over, and SHG just weren't able to get the job done. Artemis, dare I say, the hero of that moment, being able to kite around, play behind Drakthar and Taki, who just stood in the faces of SHG. And then they went and got themselves the Baron buff as well. So an Elder and Baron empowered GAM look to be sieging the base of SHG, Carrix.
Yeah, they're bearing down on this mid lane. Artemis, full build, 6 full items. The first tower goes down and a hook lands. Aria, no chance in the fight. Van 1 executed as the dragon roars. Nautilus ult knocks up all 3. It goes again and again, Logan. And it's only Marble left in the fountain. Ares wants him, will not find him, as he will be able to hide for now. Can he find a hero play? I think not. And in a back and forth battle that gave us everything it had to give, Marble is cracked and the Nexus will fall.
Congratulations, GAM, taking game 1 of tonight's best of 3 series between SHG and GAM. Lovely play there. And I want to say, frankly, from both teams, I think at most, and we'll see this later, there was a 2.2k gold diff right up until the end there. That was kind of the highest gap. So credit to them both. They were able to keep it a close game right up until that Elder Baron buff GAM. And once you've got both of those buffs, it almost feels like there's absolutely no stopping the enemy team unless they make a big mistake. And GAM, they weren't ready to hand a mistake over to the likes of SHG. They wanted this win, they needed this win, and they got it. They put themselves up 1-0, giving themselves a little bit of a safety net before we head over into game 2 a little bit later. But Marble had a fantastic series, only dying twice this game, only dying twice the whole game here, and did a lot of damage, Carrots.
I think just in general, Marble went absolutely crazy. You see there, he was second highest on the damage. This Corki did their absolute best. This is a real series. Yes, GAM are up that 1-0, as you said, but Hawks by no means out of this. All they need is a slightly better mid matchup. They need Aria to do a little bit more, and they need Evie to get involved. Marble will do the rest.
As you said, Aria on that Talia, it feels like most of those Weaver's walls were a bit inconsequential, but ultimately Ares was kept down and out of a lot of the fights as well by SHG. They really wanted to put priority onto Ares. but by doing so, that left Artemis to sort of free fire in the back of a lot of these fights, as we see just here too. And the target selection coming out of Taki was fantastic, always sort of dredge lining the front line to move them out of the way, always depth charging the back line to give that CC. And Artemis, classic Artemis, playing so aggressively, running forward, flashing forward into the faces of his opponents. We did see Drakthar get caught once or twice, unfortunately, but I almost feel like that's to be expected in these fights, Carrick. They really want to shut down this strong sort of jungler Drakthar in these ones.
I think they played really well around Drakthar. They were really aware of his positioning, always trying to shut him down. In the end, though, it's the problem with these triple threat comps. You had Drakthar being able to go forward, and when that was stifled, and make no mistake, it was stifled, Drakthar had a really hard game, wasn't able to be super impactful on the Lee Sin. But it's hard to shut down the 3 prongs of the Trident, and that steal. Vista pretty much single-handedly brought his team about 10 minutes.
Vista was definitely doing a lot of work, and like significant credit to Vista. A lot of, I think only 2 Tempered Fates missed, and every Tempered Fate that did land gave them value, really set their team up for success, or at the very least slowed GAM down. There was none of those sort of Tempered Fates that made it worse for your team there. As we do see an excellent Cataclysm coming out of Van 1. Van 1 was definitely trying to be at the forefront, trying to get an excellent initiation down for SHG, but sometimes it felt like he could get in, but he could never get out. GAM were just collapsing on him so quickly. There was a couple of times where SHG just didn't even have a jungler to be able to contest a lot of these jungle objectives.
And that was the problem, and it was something to honestly praise Artemis and Ares for. And it sounds so simple, but you can't stand on top of each other. We do see teams struggle with that in other regions and in the LCP, of course. You can't, if you just stand separately, if my ADC is here and then my mid laner is here, the Jarvanalt can't get both. He can get one, but then the other one kills him. And that's just what they did constantly. They really never got caught by the same piece of CC. And again, it sounds really simple, but it actually does take a lot in the moment to just stand super separate. They did that. RS went absolutely crazy. And when RS was caught in that last fight around Elder, RS got caught, but Artemis was a screen away, and all the CC was used. And then the Yunara went crazy.
Ultimately, yeah, a lot of ults ultimately were burnt to try and capture Ares in that fight. And as you say, Artemis was able to kite it out relatively safely and freely because of that expense to collapse onto Ares. And what we saw a lot of as well, Taki getting multi-value depth charges. We saw in that sort of last highlight, the hook forward depth charge onto the back line, and it hit 3. And I think there was 2 or 3 other players where Taki's depth charge managed to hit 3 players. So it is literally as simple as that. Don't stack so there's as little loss as possible. But let's see if SHG are able to bounce back in Game 2 against GAM right after this break. We're made for this here in the LCP.
This is all Darkness can never
And welcome back to the LCP, where we are getting ready for Game 2 of tonight's Best of 3 series between SHG and GAM. GAM do find themselves up 1-0 at the moment after what could be described as a tumultuous Game 1 with a bit of back and forth. SHG was strong to start, but GAM were able to bring it back towards the later stages. Carrix, I think we need to see Arya on, I want to say, a stronger mid laner, one that's capable of 1v1ing a bit more competently. Do you think there's a pick for Arya? Something like Ari, maybe? We've seen him on that. We think he does well on that one.
I don't think the pick was at fault. I'm going to be totally real. Talia's great. You just got to point your walls a little bit better. Look, Arya had an off game. It happens. Sometimes we have down games. He'll bounce back. He's a very experienced player. Yeah, Ari's not a bad pick for him by any means. It's something he is really comfortable on. Orianna and Azir, both still available. You'd think maybe we don't let Orianna through, but she does get through sometimes. Be a great pickup for Arya. The other one is Evie. Evie, kind of invisible last game, not really able to... I did say top laners were going to be invisible in that game, and Kiaya, frankly, didn't have any huge pop-off moments either. He didn't need to. But we need to see Evie doing a little bit more. Maybe we try and get a rumble for him. The SoftBank Hawks have taken first picks. They might be able to set up getting themselves a rumble or an Orianna with that first pick and just get one of these solo laners into game 2.
I'd love to see Evie on maybe a Sion or an Ornn as well. As you say, Kiaya didn't have like a pop-off game, but was present in the fights and was frontlining and able to keep one or two of SHG out of the fight to protect Artemis and Ares kind of thing. So I'd love to see Evie be a bit more proactive in those team fights, get involved and you know, do his job. We do see some bans start to hit the rift though. We've got Nocturne, which is like, it's like the ever-present respect ban. If there's a VCS team, you ban Nocturne. And then we've got the Malphite and Orianna, which are classic, typical bans, quickly followed by that jungle Jace ban, that lethality build, accelerated shock blast monster will not be on the rift here tonight for game 2, which makes me think, what junglers will we see? Pantheon was banned last game, so potentially that, or even a Wukong, as we do see Rumble banned away from the top side, Carrix.
Interesting that the SoftBank Hawks banned the Rumble. That's something I actually would have liked to see first picked, given that the Orianna was gone. I think you could have forced the first pick, the Cassante, which has been that natural answer into Rumble. already gone. Wukong will be the final one out. Clearly, GAM had some flexibility with what they wanted to ban, I should say. I would have forced them to ban the Rumble or potentially just gotten it for Evie because, again, I need to see him a bit more active this game. But it does leave Varus for Marble. And Marble, despite losing, went crazy last game.
Marble did have a great game last game. As you say, despite losing, Marble went godlike. At one stage was 8-0. So unfortunately went down twice late in the game as the Nexus went down, but that's to be expected. We do see Artemis on Sivir. This is the same Sivir that Artemis was able to secure a double pentakill on. So it'll be interesting to see if he's able to repeat his performance here tonight. And we see Drakthar pick up that Pantheon for himself, that global monster that can stun, can stop damage, can do it all, basically. Might as well just win now. But Xin Zhao is here, and Xin Zhao has a really good counter to Pantheon because you ult in and Xin Zhao ults you back out. I really like that choice, Carrick. So great response from SHG.
I think it's a really good decision as well. It also matches up well into the Sivir. The Ricochet is just so much less dangerous to you. If the Crescent Guard is running, the Sivir is either on top of you, which great, you want to be on top of the Sivir and Xin Zhao, or she's far enough away that the Ricochets aren't hurting you. Really good stuff. But one thing I want to talk about is with this Varus, because it looks like we will just be remaking the draft. Hopefully we get that quick enough. It won't be too long, but actually, I'm glad. I want to talk about this Varus rotation because GAM was so ready for it. They banned the Wukong, and I was thinking, oh, like, yeah, you kind of gave them a free ban by banning the Rumble. I didn't even process that Varus was still up because, yeah, you should ban Varus. Clearly, why leave it up? You banned the Wukong? Yeah, Wukong's good, but he's not Varus on this patch. But they first picked the Varus because if you leave him up, he must be first, right? If he is up, he must be first picked for Marble. And then you immediately respond with Sivir, who doesn't care about Varus that much, can just spell shield the ult, has actually a really good matchup there, one of the very few champions that does. And the Pantheon, what does Varus do about Pantheon? Nothing. He just gets jumped on. This is so rehearsed. Nall, the GAM coach, has done a bit of a masterclass here.
And it's only 2 picks so far, right? It's not like this is the full draft, it's 5v5, we know the full picks. It's literally the first 2 picks from both sides. And this sort of strategy, this sort of play has already been revealed. So it's the Pantheon Sivir so far for GAM and the Xin Zhao Varus so far for SHG. And as you say, one of my favorite things that I did notice from last weekend was that Sivir spell shield. Every time Varus would throw out that Q poke, it just gets spell shielded and you avoid all of that damage. And not only that, you heal up off the back of it. So really, really nice there. I am interested to see what support they're going to play around on both sides, right? So for Varus and for Sivir, whether they're going to go the sort of classic engage champs, whether we're going to go those currently relatively powerful enchanter champs. I mean, Sivir, you probably want that engage champ so she can sit behind safely and, you know, poke and prod and wear you down.
It definitely can make sense to go somewhere like the Lulu, the Seraphine that we talked about in game 1. That said, I don't want this Pantheon to be diving alone. That's the one thing that he really can't do because the sort of the way this can play out, Pantheon either finds an angle, finds an ult, somehow gets near to Varus, maybe a flash, W's onto him, Varus is forced to ult. You know, Pantheon puts up the shield, so he's done his job. He's absorbed the Varus ult, but he's not going to get the kill. You do actually need the second guy to lock the Varus down again. If you get 2 layers of CC, the Varus probably dies. If you only get the Pantheon, it's probably not quite enough. So I wouldn't mind. Nautilus is gone, so maybe Leona, something like that, just to be able to follow up. You know, the Pantheon goes in, that little interaction plays out, but then he gets hit with a solar flare and then he dies.
The follow-up is very important, and sometimes that's not overly considered in draft, and at least solo queue. You play for yourself, you play your own game here, but this is professional Tier 1 League of Legends gameplay, and these guys have coaches, they have strategies, they scrim, they practice compositions. So Pantheon diving forward, we do still have the options from both sides of their top laners, their mid laners, and their supports. So if Pantheon is paired with something like a Leona, we could see Varus potentially going like an Alistair or something like a counter engage to really, really protect that Varus. Also paired with that Xin Zhao would make it very, very hard for GAM to be able to effectively engage into this Varus and let him sit back there and poke. And typically what we've seen as well is whenever a team has been able to secure a Varus, they've usually been able to pick up that Jace alongside, and it's that sort of double whammy, long range poke that if both of them hit you, you're suddenly under 50% health and you're nearly out of the fight. But fortunately, Jace was banned away, and we'll have to get more imaginative with our junglers as we have them picked up. Our mid laners, what will our mid laners go with? We've got the likes of Anivia, Ari.
Azir's the big one.
True, not banned as well.
Yeah, open. I would actually like to see an Azir. That is another way to protect the Varus as well. You just put the wall up. Pantheon comes in, you wait for him to land. Just, nope, go away. Back you go. Egypt greater than Sparta or something. I'm sure there's something there. Someone funnier than me can figure it out. I also, again, after game 1, where Arya was really quiet, give him something that can sit back. Like, Azir doesn't have to be a big playmaker, but he always can be a big playmaker, which is obviously really important. I want to see them put some trust in Arya. Yes, he had a slow and quiet game 1, but he's still an incredibly experienced player. He's a leader on the team. Just trust him. Give him the wings.
Sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes all you need to do is give your players their favorite comfort picks. Assuming they're not banned or counterpicked, but give them a comfort pick, get them in that zone, something they're familiar with, something that is muscle memory, and execute well on it. Sometimes the keep it simple approach is the best approach. You know, something they've got 1,000 reps in with. It doesn't matter what they're playing into. They know how to play their, champion so much better. And at the end of the day, if you're playing comfort, you're inclined to make less mistakes. You're more inclined to make a little bit more because you understand the limits of these champions. As we do go back to draft, we do have those same bans, the Nocturne, Malphite, Rumble, and there it is, the Azir, that scoop to protect Varus.
Look, sometimes we call things. And we look cool. Immediately answered by the Akali, though, and there is that secondary engage. Yes, Akali doesn't have CC, but she's going in with the Pantheon. That Varus, Marble, you have a giant target on your head. But I will say, so far Marble's had a lot of targets on his head. So far, not a lot of them have been broken.
Yeah, well, we've seen some really good answers as well. So we've seen a fair few Guardian Angels. We've seen a fair few Edge of Knights as well to get that spell shield going to really mitigate the damage that a lot of champs are able to put down onto these ADs. Akali is just a straight up monstrous AP assassin, and if you can Edge of Night, you'd be able to limit her ability to take you down or at least engage on you. So we've got the Siva who can just run forward. We've got Pantheon and Akali who can dive on top, but we've got the Xin Zhao and the Azir who can block and scoop, and Virus to sit really long range to poke. Both comps are like polar opposites, so they could both work into each other really, really well. So this could create like a lot of tension, a lot of friction. Neither team kind of willing to be first to step into one another. But I think GAM's going to do it if there's going to be anyone. But Carrix, I have to say it, crikey, the crocodile's been banned, mate.
Yeah, take it out. Not allowed into this one. Makes sense. Again, we just want to take away sort of very stable champions from Evie. The Gwen taken away from Kiaya at the same time. Top lane is still very up in the air. I'm most curious where Taki goes with this one. Do we go the Enchanter route? You have the Akalis who don't necessarily need the support to be an engaged one, particularly if you pick some engage in the top lane. And Bessa makes a huge amount of sense. This is also going on to the Varus. Exactly what I keep saying. We are picking champions that will kill Varus. Public execution for Varus. That's what we want if you're a GAM fan. And it's just Marble. You gotta bet. You need 2 flashes, man. Can he go
feet.
flash?
Can you imagine if you were able to do that? That'd be insane. But yeah, flash on D, flash on F. But Marble, there it is. There's the Alistair that I called earlier as well for that extra level of disengage. Yeah, one team wants to do nothing but all in, and the other team wants to do nothing but prevent that all in. This is going to be a fantastic matchup. We do see the Scion being hovered, the ultimate in just brick walls to front line. And this is something that I said I wanted to see Evian as well. Give Evie that Scion, and he'll be able to make his way into those fights more often. He'll be able to front line and deliver some CC as well, which is nice. That slow, that stun, and then obviously the zombie form Scion to just keep driving home that pressure. As Seraphine,
So
we even said that.
Yep.
Hey.
Yeah, it makes so much sense in this. You don't need another engaged threat. You just need someone to keep this front line alive, to protect Artemis, scale him through the lane. You're into a melee support of the Alistair. I think GAM have put together an incredibly good composition here. That said, if any Varus in this league can survive what GAM has put together, it's Marble in his current form.
Marble in his current form is just exceptional right now. Really, really performing very, very well. Like we said, going godlike. He's had his player of the matches. He's had his team of the week from last week. He performed so darn well that he was the best AD carry coming out of last weekend's games. This will be a tough one. This will be a really tough one. All GAM want to do is dive. Mbessa, Pantheon, Akali, Siva, Seraphine. And all SHG want to do is prevent that dive. They've got that Scion, the Xin Zhao Crescent Guard, Azir, Varus, and Alistair. It's going to be a pretty explosive one when a fight does break out, Carrix.
100%. This is these fights are not going to be long ones. They are just going to, once the fight really gets going, once the poke is done, they are going to be over so fast as we head on to Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of the SoftBank Hawks against GAM. All to play for. 2-3 versus 3-2. And with the playoff race still hot, Logan, this is an important one.
Always is those championship points add up as well, as we do see a little early skirmishing in that top side. Just top laners, man, they love it. They just fight. Any chance they can, they'll go at it. And as we've said a couple of times before, and I'll probably say a couple more times yet, being the new 26.0, 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth patch, these minions spawn so much faster. And the community perception so far, Carrix, is that they really, really like it. They've moved forward from 65 seconds to 30 seconds. So you just get involved that much sooner. There's no sort of waiting around, as we do see some classic trading breaking out on that bot side. Both teams want to be the first one to get that first blood now that it has that 100 gold bounty again. And Taki just has that passive stacked nicely so that the next skill shot that goes out is doubled up.
This is exactly what we expect to see. Level 1 Alistair can't do a huge amount into the Seraphine Siva. Just has to get pushed in. This is no big deal, though. I think SoftBank Hawks knew this is how this lane was going to play. Early level 2 here for GAM. We'll just continue shoving this one in. Interestingly, though, is the fact that Van 1 is clearing bottom to top. Will not be in place to protect his bot lane if they get poked enough that Drakthar thinks about a dive. Now, that's by no means guaranteed. I actually don't think you want to introduce that volatility. I think you just kind of want to farm this one out. But should they get low enough that this Pantheon wants to go under tower, the Xin isn't going to be in place.
It will be an unfair 3v2, but it will be under turret, and turret is very, very punishing very early in game. So it'll be an interesting dynamic. We'll see if it plays out, but typically these junglers will go for their full clear into scuttle, and then they'll reset before jumping back out onto the rift. So then we'll see them switch sides. I do like the passive that comes out of Alistar, that heal, when I think it's 7 minions die, it does a heal. It helps sustain down in this bot side into that Enchanter support that Taki has picked for himself in the Seraphine. Taking a quick look at the summoners, I do note though that GAM have 3 teleports to SHG's 2, where the virus has picked up Ghost instead of the TP. Well, that's a small difference.
Yeah, he has to go Ghost in this matchup. Could have thought about Cleanse, but oh, they have stepped forward, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Xin Zhao nowhere close enough, but a good slow from Marble does evacuate Vista. Drakthar just basically delays his recall by about 10 seconds. No big deal.
Just get a little health, get a little pressure down, show SHG that he's willing to come down and gank. As we do see Van1 coming back out onto his bot side, just pinging down. I think he might be looking to try and get a gank in turn, but GAM do have a ward in that little tri-brush.
Oh, but on the reset, Van1 is here. Taki in so much trouble. The first blood given over to Marble. That's a disaster from GAM. They just don't read the reset.
Really well played there from Vista to be able to get that headbutt pulverize, that classic combo from the Alistar to give that first blood, and the gold went on to exactly who you want it to go onto. It went on to Marble. So it gets that first blood and the kill gold, which is a nice little injection. Really well played there from SHG to come back out there and turn that gank around in their favor. They have eked out a small gold lead as we go back here. Van played that vision superbly. Not being spotted there really allowed SHG to get this gank off onto Taki. If he had stepped 1 foot out of line and been spotted on that ward, that would have been a completely different play. So credit to Van1 there for avoiding that vision on that ward. We do see GAM is headed back out there, very top bot side heavy at the moment, which makes sense. The Drake is up now as Ares pushing Arya just to get that mid lane priority. It looks like GAM really wants to contest this first Drake, Carrix.
With the reset and the timing, they do have the pretty easy read that Van is on the top side. So Drakthar able to move down. Hasn't been spotted yet. No, now will be. Steps a little bit too far forward if he wanted to go for this one. Could still flash, but SHG having to play with a lot of respect. They won't exactly know when he leaves. So he's free to just move up, move some pressure over to this dragon, and GAM should have full control over this one.
Yeah, they have those control wards as well, which they know it guarantees that they know there's no vision from SHG here. They can play around this Drake how they want. They've started up the Scuttle and the Drake, so they're just going to get both of those. But we do see Van1 in the area. Let's put the ward down, just pinging. I don't think they want to contest this. Their bot lane isn't even close, and their mid lane is currently scuffling with Ares, so they're going to let this one go over nice and tidily to GAM.
Ooh, Arya trying to find his way. Uses that second part of the ult, just chunking down Arya. Kiaya has ripped the public execution. Wants to try and find Ebby. Not a lot of ways out for this Scion, but is just tanky enough. Pushed out of lane, though. Will have to back and then probably ult to catch this wave.
Health bar. That's a Scion's way out.
Go in. He does. Oh, he's pulled the trigger. Ares claims Arya and gets out. The outplay in mid.
Clean play there by Ares. Ahead in the CS as well. Ahead in the trading onto Arya. So unfortunately, it was almost an inevitability there when Akali landed that skill shot. We all saw it coming. It was going to be that dive under tower. So clean 1-1 SHG GAM here.
The Chains of Corruption is not spell shielded, but a good flash there by Artemis will keep him safe. Taki not level 6. Unable to hit that high note to bring Marble down, but is Forced back, but the flash being burned means that at that level 6, it could be Artemis in trouble as RS is aggressed on no Azir ultimate, though. Will mean he can just walk away.
And Drakthar responding very quickly as well to just show face, to go, hey, this is a 2v2. It's not going to be as easy as you think it is. But critically, as you say, Azir did not have the ult there. If Azir did have the ult, which he had used in this previous fight, it would have been a different story. Arya is here, just able to... Oh, Arya was channeling and cancelled the channel. Had to catch the wave. There it is. Arya's just forced it in, right? Like, Arya's knew exactly what he was doing there, forcing the ult out of Arya early, enabling him to re-engage under that tower safely. As we do see the bot side of SHG rotating towards the top. So we see the priority being placed on these grubs, Evie coming around as well. We'll see if GAM want to contest. Drakthar is here, but they don't have the numbers, as SHG have 4 Carricks.
That they do. SHG do just lock this one down, use that earlier roam. It's pretty scripted there, how that one was going to go. I don't think GAM really ever thought they were going to be able to find anything. The teleport from Evie to bring him down to the bot side just to catch up this wave. Pretty textbook so far. So far, the only real break from what we would expect was, of course, GAM misreading the timing on Van, I should say, not themselves. And, of course, the solo Bolo in mid. Other than that, both teams are probably pretty happy with how this one's going.
Yeah, but I would suspect GAM's a little bit happier with their progress at the moment, right? So CS diff, not too big either way, except in mid where it's nearly 20. And Arya's did solo down Arya. So having that sort of mid lane pressure, that mid lane priority, as we might see it happen here again, Carricks.
Certainly pressing him back, and not what we want to be seeing. Oh, hang on a minute. Kiaya in a lot of trouble using those dashes, but in comes Van. Good public execution, getting him a lot of distance, but Kiaya, can he live? No, he can't. The Seraphine ult now onto Van, locked up. The great Crescent Guard. Artemis does TP in, does not have the Sivir ult. It's already running only onto him. Can we get another stun? No, but Van knows he's dead, will just sacrifice himself. In the end, a 1-for-1, but they hand it over to Artemis.
Yeah, smart from GAM there to feed Artemis, get that kill. Did commit that TP as well. So I think it was what we like to call a return on investment, Carricks. As we start to see items coming through, we've got a couple of Hextech Gunblades there, one on Marvel and one on Akali. As we go back to this topside fight, so 3 SHG into 1 Kiaya. Kiaya getting caught there by the Alistar. Marble chains of corruption, and then Van 1. Good public execution to try and buy himself some time, but unfortunately ultimately futile there. As we see Drakthar ult, we see Taki ult as well. Van forced to Crescent Guard to try and save himself after Artemis's late TP. So good proactivity from SHG. They had the numbers there early to be able to take down Kiaya. Good response from GAM to be able to turn it around and make it an even fight, Carricks. As we go back to bot, and it's some classic ward scuffling.
There is just fighting over vision, as they so often will. Drakthar spotted on the blue buff, doesn't want to fight Van at the moment. Of course, bot lane prio very much in SHG's favor. We'll just back that one off. As Evie realizes the only way he is going to be allowed to farm is if he goes between towers. Good read by him. Kiaya won't be able to cut that tree down. Not quite yet. Needs a little bit more time as Ambessa. But is scaling well into the matchup as RS moves forward. Has used the ultimate. Van 1. Really the only reason Arya doesn't die there.
I think that this pressure that Ares is able to exert on this mid lane is forcing Van 1 to have to play around it. But credit to Van 1, he is there when he needs to be. He is responding, which is not giving GAM the results as we see a fight break out on bot side.
Drake is secured by SHG, and GAM not really in a position to stop it. It was a really good play there by Van 1. Just going mid at the right time. RS had to back. They knew they had priority in the situation. Could just take that objective. Good stuff here so far for SHG's jungler.
Nice of them to just disengage like that. Really a gentleman's agreement between two opponents. They were like, all right, cool, Drake's done. Let's all just disengage. No need to fight. And away they went. But as I was saying, with this mid priority that Ares has over Aria, clearly being able to sort of solo him down, it is forcing Van One to play around that mid lane, but he's doing it very, very well. It doesn't feel like SHG is actually losing any tempo for the advantage that Ares has over Aria.
Ares, again, walking forward. Vista had to flash, but that spellbook Ghost as well.
Yeah.
A bit of a raid boss in the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when I saw Vista go in on Ares, I'm like, that's not a fight you're going to win. So I think it was just saying hi, hey, and g'day before backing away. That flash and that unsealed spellbook to Ghost too. We do see that GAM has 4 roaming through mid and top side though, but Piaya is recalling, does have their first item as well. So a small advantage eked out over Evi there. They're equal in levels. Zara's now has rotated to that bot side to press home that advantage, and we do see the role quests being completed. GAM currently has all 5 completed to SHG's 2. The Scion ult Carrix.
Yep.
A classic.
Cowards! Screams Scion as he goes to pick up his dinner. It's really all a bit too intense. He should just farm. The best is when he's running away from the fight and screams cowards, but Van One coming up top, just clearing out some vision, making RS play with a little bit. There is 3 members of SHG, but I don't know if they win that one under tower, so I'm glad they called that off.
Yeah, I mean, 3v1 under tower, typically those odds would work in your favor, but Akali is extremely hard to pin down. But I do like that you mentioned Evi had to go and pick up his dinner. It is another 30 seconds before the Uber arrives on the Rift, aka the Rift Herald. So unfortunately, that wasn't an option for him. He had to do it all himself. I hope he tipped himself well there. We do see this sort of fight for vision control coming down. With 20 seconds to Rift Herald, they want to make sure that they know who pulls the trigger first if and when they do it, right? And this is obviously for both sides. There's a little bit of Q-poke comes down and snags Artemis. Not doing astronomical amounts of damage just yet, but if you give Marble another item on that Varus, you're gonna need to respect it.
Oh, absolutely. This Varus, as we were outlining in draft, this is a Protect the President comp here for SHG, but the President needs to be farmed up first, needs to get into office. Which he hasn't done quite yet, only has that Gunblade, has the boots, but will be raining damage down soon enough. But for now, the real one to watch is RS. I think, yeah, this is smart by SHG. You don't need to fight this Rift Herald. You don't need to risk the Akali coming in doing a huge amount of damage, and you can make a play onto Kiaya on the other side, or just pressure this tower down. Probably won't kill the whole thing, only 3 minions left. Kiaya are able to farm it up. But still, SHG, recognizing that they're weaker on the top side right now, able to get a fair bit done. Artemis spell shields the Chains of Corruption, just as we outlined when the pick came through. So GAM just removing a tool.
Artemis really likes this Sivir, and he uses these spell shields so intelligently. Like, there could have been that Q-poke, there could have been any other number of things, but he saved it for that Chains of Corruption, knowing that if that hit him, he would have gone down. And as you were saying, SHG played that really, really smart. They let GAM get that Rift Herald while they sent resources down to GAM bot side tier 1 turret and chip away at those plates. So they're getting those cross-map plays down that they need to keep the pressure up. Where they're not winning one thing, they need to be winning the other. And this is what SHG is doing. These 2 teams tonight, despite obviously GAM winning the first game, have been very evenly matched for most of it. And I'm quite impressed to see it. I'm really liking the closeness as we see Vaughn just putting some priority on this bot side Scuttle Crab to lock down that vision, because the Drake is up in 5 seconds.
Drake is up in 5 seconds, and there's something I want to ask you it before the fight starts so that I can come back to it after. It's AP Varus. He's not gone lethality. He's not gone poke. Vista chunked out. This team fight might show us if that's wise or not, but with the way GAM's comp is set up, I think the poke build would have done a huge amount.
I mean, that's what we were talking about in the draft as well, Carrix. We just assumed that this was going to be the poke Varus, and Marble has not gone with that. It would have done so much better into this composition, in my opinion as well.
Teleported in, caught out. They're going to try and cut down the tree, but it takes a lot to do. Seraphine ult onto 2. Artemis whipping out these boomerangs. RS onto the backside, forcing Arya low. Takes him down. Does need to find his own way out. Will do that easily. And oh, GAM have just pulled the trigger and executed too.
Ares just was running amok in that backline there. That fight felt so disjointed from SHG. They had GAM in front, next to, and behind them that whole time. And it just felt like they were confused as to who they needed to respond to here. As GAM, they win the team fight, they crack the tier 1 mid turret, and they're going to take the Drake and bot side tier 1 for their efforts. It was just really heads up play there from GAM. And I think if this Virus had been that poke Virus, he would have been able to chip their health bars down before this fight ever broke out. See, Evie TP's in and does take a fair bit of damage up front for his efforts, but it does nothing. Like all those skill shots, Evie just took it all. So Arya's scoop missed Ares, and Ares was just able to free farm in the backlines of SHG, while the other 4 members of GAM were able to take down their jungler. So really unfortunate there for Van to go down like that, so close to an objective too.
Yeah, look, Arya not having his best fight ever there, and the problem is, how do you stop RS? Azir Wall really ineffective into Akali. She just has so many ways to get, like, even if that hits, she gets back in really quite easily. Sion, she can just go straight past him. Xin Zhao doesn't interact well with Akali. Maybe if you hit the Chains of Corruption on her, but why on earth are you letting the Chains of Corruption land onto your Akali? As, oh no, speaking of things landing, Van 1 has been publicly executed.
Mate, I blinked and their jungler was just gone. I'm so confused as to what happened. I'm not. It just happened so fast. Like, just Van 1 had just gone down. As we see so Coach Comms has come through for SHG, and that looks like a maybe slightly frustrated coach there on the side of SHG, unfortunately. Van 1 had just come back out onto the rift and was looking to clear his topside jungle and just gets caught out on that scuttle crab. GAM going in.
In comes the Pantheon. The Seraphine ult doesn't get the extension. Actually, a pretty big mistake there by GAM. Dragthar just kind of throws his life away. If that Seraphine ult hits the Pantheon and gets the extension, they do kill him there, but doesn't quite have the range.
That's exactly it. I saw the play, and then as soon as it whiffed, I was like, oh, yeah, okay. So GAM just give Dragthar over.
He's keeping it interesting.
Yeah, exactly. If GAM loses this one, they can call it a content game, you know? They're like, oh, content. As G2 is so fond of doing in the LEC on the other side of the world, we can have our own content games here, as we do see some priority being fought over. And going to the replay here, yeah, so GAM just want to get Marble. This is just a play for Marble. Chains of Corruption does go out, and that, yeah, unfortunately, because Dragthar...
I like to think that Seraphine ult, it's meant to be like the big high note. I just like to think her voice just cracked. Just really not what we want. The mic feedback got a little bit too close to the speaker.
Then it steps out on stage and goes, oh no, you know. Been a few years since my voice cracked like that, but hey, you've got to do it on the international stage at least once, and Taki decided to do it just here. I said international, national, you know, big stage. Yeah, so unfortunately that play, they were trying to shut down Marble, it looked like, resulted in giving one over. GAM is currently up though, 3,500 gold, taking a couple of recalls, and we've got several items coming through on a lot of these players now as well. So that Sion getting really tanky there with the Spirit Visage, the Nash's Tooth on Arya's Azir, hopefully to help him just pump a bit more damage. He is currently behind by about 1.5k gold on his counterpart Ares there, so a bit to overcome. But I like Artemis's item here. Artemis has picked up an LDR, Lord Dominic's... Oh.
What did Kiaya just press? Just tries to use public execution as a dash, which is not how that functions, but it just doesn't matter because in comes Ares, the raid boss. Immediately, Aria is removed from the fight. Van1 and Vista having to flash away, and oh my word, this is getting a little bit brutal.
Yeah, look, when I pay to go to the movies, I want to see a good movie, but what I'm seeing right now is a very, very one-sided movie. You know how there's like a villain and a hero? This is all hero. Oh, Ares with the flank angle here, Carix. This could end badly for SHG. They haven't spotted him.
No, they have just spotted him now. Will take him down, but look at this. The rest of GAM kills Evie on the front. No public execution for Kiaya. Does mean that Marble a little bit immortal here. This does dissuade the Baron.
Yeah, so Ares did have a really good deep flank angle there, but just as I was saying, wasn't spotted. There was a blue ward which allowed SHG to turn around and 3v1 Ares. So GAM forced to respond, taking down Evie. It was ultimately a 1-for-1. And
like a timing
SHG.
Yeah, there's a timing dragon. Good recognition there by SHG. They had full tempo. Kiaya is here. 8 seconds on the public execution. Drakthar using the E to try and find a way out, but can't do it. Jungler off the map. SHG are really fighting back. If they'll get themselves a dragon, they've got a kill. Good little turn of play.
Yeah, so obviously they did what they set out to do. SHG prevented the Baron. GAM now, having unfortunately been unable to get that Drake for themselves, they now have to kind of prevent SHG taking this Baron, because that's what it looks like they're trying to do. There's 4 of them in the area. Evie is on his way up. They're going to 5-stack and force this Baron fight, so it's up to GAM to be able to prevent it. They don't have a jungler for another 10 seconds, so it's going to be really difficult for them.
They do have an RS. There's the Zhonya's used by Marble, but look at the damage raining across him as RS dives into the backside, tags up Marble, but Aria stops him just for a moment. They trade 1-for-1, and GAM will take that every day of the week as Kiaya is just living in the backside, does finally fall. 2-for-1 at the moment, but GAM have the health bars, and from the heavens, it's Drakthar returning to his team at the break of dawn. Only Van1 left in this fight, just going for a run, looking for a tower to potentially just die under so he doesn't give gold away, or he will just run and run and run. Black probably actually get away as Drakthar pretty far out. Oh, no. Van1 might step back. Oh, doesn't matter. All right, we're getting a little bit silly with it. But Van1 does still escape. He is just a little bit faster, a little bit too far ahead as GAM pick the fight up.
Yeah, GAM let Van1 get away there because, I mean, the others could have collapsed on that fight, but it was really, do you think it was maybe BM that Van turned around back towards Drakthar, just being like, I'm so much faster than you, ha ha ha. As we do go back to the replay on live here. Aria started the play on Kiaya here.
That's not who you want.
Gets a decent shuffle, but a bit too early, I think.
I don't know what that 6-pack public execution was. We don't need to talk about that one.
Yeah, exactly. We do get the Crescent Guard. We get the Pantheon ult here as well. This is where GAM, they start really strong. They chase clean, they chase aggressive, and they secure the significant advantage for themselves here. As we now go back to SHG had picked up the Drake, and then they've come back to Baron to force this out. Great stopwatch there to prevent Kiaya's public execution getting amongst the team.
It was Van that stopped
Ares,
it. Never
though.
mind. It was Van1 that stopped the Ari. The Akali, I should say.
Yeah, getting that knock up onto the Akalis. We'll go back to live. We are still fighting.
Yeah.
Nice extension there.
Straight back in. The longest Seraphine ult of all time. Kiaya dancing out of the fight as well. And in goes RS. Marble, can you find your way out? Yes, you can. It turns out you can't just walk away. But Artemis goes on a killing spree as he takes down Evie, and GAM will just play that same tune again as Baron is pulled. Kiaya, maybe we press B over here, does go back. GAM will get Baron and cement their lead.
They absolutely will. SHG do not want a bar of this Baron fight right now. I'm loving how much we are scrapping, we're fighting. There's 20 kills in 27 minutes right now, Carix, as that Baron does go down. GAM now have a fully Baron empowered team and will be looking to press home their advantage. SHG don't have their top laner for another 10 seconds. So GAM are just recalling, they're resetting, they're going to grab their items and run back out on the rift as we see this fight break out here one more time. Drakthar straight on to Van 1 there. Does take a big chunk, but the extension on the charm ult out of Taki, it worked this time. We do see Arya scoop Ares, but like you said, there's just no keeping an Akali out of your team. Unless you throw a big old Scion in front of Marble, and it worked. It was able to keep Ares away from Marble, who is currently 3-1-4, and Artemis themselves 3-0-8. So relatively even matched in that regard, though there is some disparity in the CS at the moment, Carrix.
There's a lot of disparities across the map at the moment, Logan. GAM are about 6k gold up, 28 minutes in. It's not the biggest gold lead I've ever seen at 28 minutes. Or even at 20 minutes, I guess. But it is a significant one. And unfortunately, things just don't really get that much better. I really don't like this decision to go the AP Varus. I kind of get he wants to build Zhonya's. That, I think, is what motivates it. He wants to build Zhonya's Hourglass. And that makes sense. But you know what makes sense? Playing Poke Varus and just being 2 screens away.
Yeah, I mean, they can't kill you if they're already dead, right? So Poke would have made sense, and he does have his Zhonya's available to him, which obviously also means he won't be building that Edge of Night. So it feels like an odd decision in the face of what GAM is offering.
Pantheon, Drakthar just creating space. The tower goes down. The Seraphine ult flash doesn't quite work out as Drakthar goes forward. Sold by his team a little bit there. Arya, misses the scoop. As in goes RS and Kiaya. They find Marble. They clean him up. And RS is sliding all over the SoftBank Hawks. And this game just ends in a moment as Evie desperately tries to clear the wave. Can they take Kiaya down? No, Van 1 cannot. A triple kill for Artemis, and it's a series win for GAM. They go up to 4-2 as the playoff race just keeps getting more interesting.
Well done for GAM there, winning 2-0. Once again, that sort of classic take Baron, take base play from them. This game was definitely a little more one-sided than the first one. It started out relatively even, but Ares, once he got out of that laning phase and into the team fights, into the roaming, was really able to assert his dominance over Arya and run people down in those team fights. Especially getting onto Marble, finding those angles into the back lines. There wasn't too much SHG could do to prevent that Akali Carrix. It was a really good showing.
It was a perfect showing, and I think it really outlined why the pick worked, why the composition worked. GAM in the draft just looked really cohesive. They knew what they were doing. I sort of talked about it while we had that little pause. They baited the Varus pick. The Varus was locked in. They immediately locked in their bot lane. They knew what they were doing. The Sivir, I should say. They knew exactly what they were doing. It works out perfectly.
Yeah, and as you say, I think we both agreed on the Varus sort of build. We both didn't agree with that. We definitely would have preferred to have seen the Poke. That's what we were talking about in the draft. That's what we were fully expecting for Marble to build. And look at that damage there from Artemis. Just 34,000. You add Scion and Marble, and that's still just around the same as one of them. So kind of wild there. But as you see by that gold graph, the first 16 minutes was really, really even. And then GAM kind of put their pedal to the metal and ran away with it. Ultimately, a 10k gold diff at the end of this one, Carrix. GAM only lost 1 turret.
And this man on your screen, RS, was the difference maker. It starts with a missed ult from Arya. Kiaya, public execution. RS bringing the perfect execution down. A lot of execution on GAM's comp, and they lived up to it as really, aside from like a couple of individual mistakes from Drakthar, game 2 sort of just never looked out of control, and what a well-deserved player of the series.
I agree. I think Ares was able to apply a lot of pressure to Arya. Arya, unfortunately, unable to respond to that pressure put on him. Both games, Ares just had Arya's number the whole game. So unfortunately, SHG weren't really able to build, push, gain like an early sort of laning phase, mid lane advantage because of this weakness. I would like to see the team sort of play around Arya a little bit more in response to that. But we did say Van One tried, and they did their best without losing too much tempo, but it still just wasn't enough. Arya is just unstoppable, able to get into the backline, kill who he wanted as the priority targets, and really, even if not getting the kill, through chaos into the back lines.
Why are we putting this in here? We're doing Taki so dirty. Oh, yeah, that one was a bit ugly. But it's always a good sign when the highlight reel could be mistaken. Yeah, again. The highlight reel could be mistaken for an RS highlight reel. This one doesn't look like it's meant to be for both teams. It's just RS.
That and the missed public executions as well. Kiaya misses this one here because Marvel stopwatches. Not really a mistake. But I think what it is, it's a testament to how well GAM played tonight. Even despite some mistakes, even despite SHG having some pretty good counterplay or at least itemization, GAM was still able to overcome that deficit, those advantages for SHG and win. Obviously, they won tonight as we do get the good extension here. Artemis ran into that ult beautifully, allowing the Taki's high note to hit onto more of those SHG, and Ares just unstoppable, gets knocked up there by Alistar and is like, you know what, all right, fine, I'll walk away, I'll let Marble live. But it was just GAM, all diving in, just pulling that trigger aggressively together, suddenly winning.
Yeah, they sort of win out of nowhere. Arya, unfortunately, just misses the scoop, but it's Kiaya and RS just perfectly finding Marble. Once Marble is down, we called it. This was a protect the president comp. The president's been taken out. They just collapse. Like that is basically exactly what we expect. But let's have a look at our Series 2 as Relove DCG looking to cement their place near the top of the table.
Yeah, so Relove DCG are currently only second in the LCP behind TSW. They are sort of equal first, except TSW does have those championship point diffs. They've won more games, or at least lost less, which gives them that advantage. LXZ, Refrain, and Xiaoshang as the substitute here. Florin is a top laner who has stamped his dominance in the LCP here, Carrix. He is so hard to put down and keep behind, always able to find an angle back in the games. Pop9, just a fantastic jungler, a really strong asset for Relove DCG here. Hongshu also made Team of the Week with his plays last week, so well deserved. I'm keen to see him back on the Rift. Feng, a good solid AD, and Xiao C, the Blitzcrank hook master. But the LJL's detonation focus me, Carrix. It's Karkun's birthday today, so hopefully he's able to bring the birthday buff.
DFM getting their first series win of the split would be a very good birthday present for Karkun. Whether they get there is a different question.
Yeah. But I think, Birthday Buff has done crazier things. Happy birthday to Karkun, and hopefully the team of DFM with Momo, Citrus, Keen, Karkun, and Gang are able to put up a spectacular performance tonight. They would be looking for their first series win here in the LCP this evening. So they have the support of the LJL behind them. I definitely want to see a good performance come out of Momo tonight. Momo has unfortunately been bullied a bit in this top side, so hopefully he's able to secure a comfort pick and put up a good performance and allow the rest of his team to sort of shine as well. But we'll get into Series 2 straight after this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream.
Hiện tại là LCP bên ở thời điểm hiện tại thì đã thay đổi cũng như là củng cố rất là nhiều thành viên khác nhau đến từ rất là nhiều chỗ khác nhau, nên là rất là khó đánh giá mọi người, và người rất lớn nhất thì có lẽ là CFO. Hiện tại thì chưa thi đấu cũng như là chưa có làm quen gọi là bắt lửa nhiều, nên là cũng rất là khó đánh giá.
Với việc qua GAM và mình không làm đội trưởng nữa thì mình cảm thấy khá là thoải mái và nhẹ nhõm. Như cá nhân mình phải giữ những thứ mình đã làm trước kia khi mà làm đội trưởng, để mình còn được làm đội trưởng cho chính bản thân của mình.
Mình thấy là anh huấn luyện viên mới rất là vui tính và vui vẻ với lại nhiệt huyết trong công việc. Ban đầu thì tụi mình rất là khó khăn trong khoảng giao tiếp, nhưng mà dần dần thì tụi mình cũng đã tìm hướng giải quyết để nói chuyện với nhau nhiều hơn. Nên là bây giờ cho tới hiện tại thì bọn mình đã rất dễ dàng để làm việc với nhau. Mình muốn nói với Taki với mình rằng là đã rời đi thì hãy chìm trong thất bại, người ở lại thì luôn có chiến thắng.
まあ、新しく加入したケインだったりだとか、シトラスたくさんコールする選手なので、そういったコールが、それぞれで噛み合っていけばもうどんどん強いチームになっていくんじゃないかなと思います。
そうだな、なんか久しぶりに会ったアリアはすごい冷たい選手のように見えたんですけど、全然そんなことはなくて、僕が体調悪い時にはエビ体調大丈夫心配してくれたり変わってませんでした。
他的打法应该比较偏向支援队友的类型，而我是在线上自己做压制。会有啊，想起很多的回忆啊，就也希望他可以跟我一起进步吧。只是说非常期待啊，希望你真的会付出。
没有到那么好，感觉我们的默契还需要配合一阵子，然后沟通的方面也要加强。
我觉得我们算是一个新的队伍嘛，因为其实我们像是 Shadow、汹涌跟厄尔骑士加入，那我们目前也是在处理一些沟通上的问题，然后也很努力在教汹涌一些简单的中文。大家可以期待一下我们的沟通就比去年更烂了。
队伍状况的话，目前可能还处于比较不安定的状况。对粉丝说的话就谢谢你们支持，然后我们会努力的。CFO，因为我们这一队都是跟 CFO 有一些渊源嘛，就是可能是淘汰掉了或者就是不被选上的这样。我是不被选上的。
Đợi em xíu.
Ê này, đi đâu đấy?
Hả?
Game bắt đầu rồi kìa.
Chuột nổ luôn kìa.
Ừ, bây giờ chuột lấy tích sát thương.
Em vừa làm gì rồi?
Nhiệm vụ xong rồi kìa, lấy quà đi. Em ở đó làm gì? Đi về đi.
Đi tìm Akasan đi.
Ataka bị xóa rồi, độc bản cập nhật đi chứ.
À, đánh thường mà đâu ghê.
Đồ mới mà. Thôi không chơi nữa, độc bản cập nhật đi rồi tính tiếp.
やっとラップが緑になったって
初めてこんな長いパッチノート見たなって思って。
我觉得最大改动是任务吧，因为这样前面就换线不了了，只能先去做任务。
すごく ADC は前より強いロールになってたもんで楽しい。
确实上路有点爽，他团战后面有点游龙，现在节奏跟之前完全不一样。
クエストの影響でスタップが起きないっていうので、こう連戦がより頻繁に戦闘が起きて主導権を得るためにこう戦うことが増えていくと思うので。
Phiên bản này thì sẽ cho khán giả coi được rất nhiều kiểu giao tranh này kia vui hơn mấy mùa trước.
我感觉就是钱会来得很快吧，因为塔皮每个塔都有塔皮，
塔钱也会让游戏进程变快，大家装备会成型的比较快。
Theo mình nghĩ thì với cơ chế trụ khi mà đẩy lính vào nó sẽ có nhiều bông hoa mà gọi trụ thì khi tụi mình sẽ lấy trụ dễ dàng hơn, tại vì khi đó thì tụi mình gây sát thương lên trụ sẽ tăng rất là nhiều sát thương.
然后2打2的话，我觉得之前太影响游戏了吧，因为每次到20分钟基本上都会在那里挂机。
20分からめっちゃ戦ってたけど、今20分に上がるバロンは今めっちゃ硬いから
簡単になんかタッチできない。
以中路来说肯定是科技强啊，因为阿卡丽这样很快能突发变形。
新しい一面みたいなやつありますよ。
Tại vì mình đã đánh rất nhiều tướng lên trang bị đó, mình cảm thấy trang bị đó khá là lỗi.
ADC なんでやっぱりストームレーザーなんかすごく強いアイテムが戻ってきたので、なんかやっててすごく楽しいなっていう。
Và mình cảm thấy khá là thú vị khi mà chơi ở phiên bản này.
Read the patch notes.
Go read the patch notes. Please read the patch notes before you play.
And we are back for the second series of the night between Relove DCG and DFM. Carrick's looking forward to these games. One team currently sort of top of the table, sitting in second, versus DFM looking for their first series win here tonight. Whichever way it goes, it's going to have impact on this ladder, Carrick's.
It 100% is. If DFM can pick up this series, if they can give Kakuin a birthday present, it has massive implications for the top of the table. It kind of keeps DFM not necessarily in the hunt, but it keeps them a little bit more optimistic. It helps them stabilizing a little bit. And obviously it would be a real kneecapping for Relove DCG. But this mid lane matchup is one that we have to talk about. Keen and Hongshu, because Hongshu has been magnificent.
Hongshu has been magnificent. So magnificent, in fact, he made the LCP's Team of the Week last week. So credit to him for that one. You don't just get given that accolade there. Hongshu also has 10 unique champions compared to Keen's 7. So there's a little bit of depth of champion selection difference there. But I would like to point out, Keen is a very active participant in the kills with a KP of 73.9%, which tells me he's he's using any advantage and priority he gets in that mid lane to give that lead over to his team. He's involved in those team fights. He wants to lift the team up with him, Carrix. But Hongshu, an absolute menace we learnt last week.
Oh, 100% we did. He was absolutely unstoppable, basically no matter what. Didn't really matter what champion he was on. He was just everywhere. That Yone in particular was just a complete demon. I thought Yone was meant to hunt demons, not become one, but there we go. The lore, a little bit confusing, but Hongshu just, I'm struggling to even formulate a sentence about what you do about this guy. But you got to find something, because if you don't, you're screwed.
Yeah, I mean, how do you tackle a champion pool that's got 10 champs in a BO3 series, right? You would basically need to allocate every single ban and every single fearless ban into that mid laner to try and keep him down. And you just can't do that, because then you give 4 other players serious priority on their comfort picks and their champs. So I would imagine it's just the same bans as usual that you would have to go with. You cannot let Hongshu get Orianna. You would want Hongshu to not even get close to a rise. But Carrix, we're here for the player walk-ons in a minute, and I hope that they do something special for Karkun's birthday today. Maybe someone runs on and like pops a little cracker, or it's like a special handshake. We'll see what it leads to as the top laners from both teams walk on.
Floweren and Momo, both incredibly important to their teams, but maybe not in the same way. Momo needing to find his way into these series, needs to figure out what he can actually do, while Floweren has been an incredibly consistent player. Super, super good so far. Pop 9 and Citrus. Citrus, someone I was actually pretty impressed with last week. He did have some really good pop-off moments. He did have some very good engages in that one game they won, and this is the mid lane matchup we've been talking about.
Yeah, that's right. It's Hongshu versus Keen. It'll be interesting to see how these two match up for tonight. Hongshu, clearly the sort of favorite coming in this one, being the LCP Team of the Week. Also just putting up some really, really strong performances there, having significant kill threat. But we do go to Feng and Karkun. Karkun, happy birthday one more time for you there, Karkun. May your birthday buff bring success to DFM on the Rift this evening. He has turned a sprightly 24, but Xiaoxi and Gang, the supports for both teams. I love Xiaoxi on Blitzcrank so much. I want to see him on it again, Carrix.
Yeah, look, I think it's definitely an X Factor. Refrain and Paz might be able to set up a situation for it. Unfortunately, it's just so feast or famine. We had one game where the Blitzcrank went absolutely insane. We've seen the other side of the Blitzcrank coin as well, though, so maybe we want to see him on something a little bit more stable.
For sure. I mean, Blitzcrank seems to be a very pocket pick just for Xiaoxi. Not too many other supports are running Blitzcrank in any other game for that matter. We're seeing the more standard sort of Rels, Namis, Nautiluses. So Blitzcrank really does have to be used in that right situation. So it'll depend on obviously the draft, the comp that we do see come out of both of these teams to see if we can get Xiaoxi to just absolutely rip a Blitzcrank. I mean, he has won on it 2 out of 3 times here. So maybe he's just so good with it that he can play it anywhere, but I doubt that, Carrix.
Look, maybe. Look. People make miracles happen all the time. And to be fair, in the game where he went crazy, I didn't think that was a good place for a Blitzcrank. I thought it was a terrible Blitzcrank spot, and he proved me wrong. So if he can play it into Lucian Nami, he might be able to play it anywhere, frankly. But we do have our 2v2 first.
That's a really good shout, actually. I do remember us talking about that draft going, oof, that Blitzcrank is definitely not the best choice here, but he proved us all wrong. As we do see these series bans for these 2v2s, any champ that is selected by a team cannot be chosen again in the split. So it's like an overwhelming, overpowering, fearless ban. It just carries on for the entire split. So you've got to choose carefully. As Relove DCG ban out, I gotta say it, crikey, the Crocodile Renekton. Followed up by Jax.
Yep, they sure do. Jax banned on both sides here. Of course, it is blind bans, blind picks. See where these teams do want to go. Keen getting a bit of a warm up in the mid lane. Something we want to see, because Keen does need to lift a little bit. He is in a hard matchup, as we outlined. Hongshu has just been so dominant. Keen needs to be able to step up and hold him to account, as it's Tryndamere Xin Zhao for Relove DCG.
That's a scary combination. My goodness, they are just going to jump on top of you and they're going to fight till there's a winner, and I suspect it might be them. Jace, though, definitely not a pushover, able to get some long-range poke down and, you know, Biffo in combat as well, bit of a knockback. Brand, a classic in ARAMs, though, being able to just throw down, getting maximum value out of any of your skill shots, especially your AoEs, because it's target-rich environment. Obviously, in this situation, though, being a 2v2, a little less value in that, but they have the long-range poke into, dare I say, just full-blown, all-in melee. This will either be over in 10 seconds or in 10 minutes. I don't think it can go either way there, Carrix.
Yeah,
Citrus
look,
isn't even playing.
But let's go. Tryndamere, a classic of the 1v1 genre, just wants to walk up and let's roll some dice. See if we get some crits, Logan, as in they go immediately, but Citrus holding them back, doing so much damage there onto Feng, the Ignite down onto Pop9. It's not gone well. They tried to right-click them and realized why that's not good enough into Brand.
We're even getting emotes and dances out of DFM. They're here, they're saying we will not be bullied as we get the Brand beat down onto the back line of Pop9 and Feng. Just having a good old time with it. Absolutely loving it. I do like how we zoned into the rift and Citrus was hands off the keyboard and mouse. He was looking away. He's like, wait, what? We're playing right now? And then they turn around and do that. So it will be interesting to see how DCG respond.
Well, by getting poked a lot. It seems this is a really, really hard composition to play Xin Zhao Tryndamere into. They basically need to both land a snowball onto Brand, go in at the same time, and hope that Tryndamere crits a whole bunch. That can work. It has like a 20% chance.
Yeah, but I think DFM have read this play. They've stacked their wave nicely. They're crashing it. They're chipping away at this turret. DCG, though, they can't let this stand. DFM playing these waves really, really well, though. Just being able to, like, crash another decent wave. Obviously, DCG catching up in experience, so they won't have that sort of level disadvantage, but they still have that CS disadvantage. Keen up on 12 right now.
Yeah, and there's just the threat, of course, of DFM just taking the tower. There's basically no hope for Relove DCG to rebound this map to the point where they're going to threaten the tower. It is essentially the 2 kills are their only win condition, and they need to find a way to do it quickly because that last tower plate is down. DFM looking to secure themselves first selection. Pop9 threatens it, but immediately goes out, calls Keen a chicken, and the first kill will go over to DFM. Pop9 left standing. There is 1 auto attack on the tower, and there's 1 auto attack on a Tryndamere as DFM will get first selection.
Yeah, look, I can't say I expected it to go down 2-0 for kills. I genuinely thought that would be a turret win con there.
It could have been. It was on 10 health. They wanted the kills.
So DFM, they've gone second pick blue side, which is a little unusual. Normally we're seeing second pick red side here, so I'll be interested to see what they have cooking in the kitchen.
My understanding of how this works, and maybe I'm wrong, it is always possible that I'm just an idiot, is because they pick second pick and then get told they're red side, right? Or told they're blue side rather. I think that's how that works. You only get to pick one. I'm pretty sure that's how that works.
And then the other team picks the other one.
So I'm not surprised to see, because I think the pick order in draft is more important than literally what side of the map you're on. Not to say that that second half isn't important. It is, but it's not quite as important. So if you win the 2v2, I think you're always going to be like, do we want first or second pick? I think most teams at the moment are leaning towards second. And then you'll probably get told to pick a blue side. Because, I mean, I think it's just like a little bit stronger, but it is very marginal on that second half. So, in the end, pretty happy there for DFM. They will secure those 2 picks in the first 3.
And look, they've got that mental advantage now. They've got the birthday buff. They won the 2v2. So DFM, they're riding high. They're like, this is our game to win tonight. Relove DCG, they have to beat us, not the other way around. I'm looking forward to seeing what DFM are able to bring to the table tonight. I do want to see Karkun and Keen linking up. I want to see that sort of Rise global cross-map pressure applied effectively. Get those early ganks we know the Rise can bring to the table to get an early lead, an early advantage. But I mean, they're in great spirits anyway. No matter how this game goes, they're all just pretty happy right now, Carrix, and you'll love to see it.
We do high spirits. DFM, it would be very easy to get in their own heads and sort of be a bit down on themselves after how this split has been going. But good to see they are still happy, ready to go, and ready to potentially pick up some wins. Jace, Malphite, Varus, take it away. It's all going to plan so far. As the bands roll in, Logan, what picks are we looking for?
Yeah, we're definitely looking for the Rise pick. Interestingly, Orianna hasn't been banned just yet, but Rise is such a high priority mid laner, and I think a big part of that is because of his power gains and spike around Actualizer, but also his Realm Warp. That Realm Warp, we know it, we love it, we use it ourselves when we're mid laners with Rise. It's just that playmaking tool. It gets you behind enemy lines. It moves your team around quickly. It gets you out of sticky situations. It's so hard to pin down a Rise when they're proactive and using it. But interestingly here, these bans, they've mixed them up a little bit. Yunara, relatively unusual for a first game banned. J4 makes a bit of sense, especially if you're protecting a comp. There's a normal ban that I was expecting to see is this Orianna, but that leaves Bard, that leaves Nico, that leaves... Oh, the Malphite is banned as well, but it's just, there's so many good picks now that can be grabbed here as we see Florin started off with the Rumble.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Super comp agnostic. Doesn't really matter what DFM picks. You're always happy to play the Rumble. Can always drop an equalizer. Can always just bully lane. If you force Momo onto the Cassante in response, it gives Florin a lot of room to bully as well. Get a big lead. I think we're pretty happy with that start for DCG, but it looks like Keen gonna lock in the Azir in response. Azir has a horrible win rate in the LCP, by the way. I just noticed he's 3-9.
Yeah, look, I don't think the LCP's quite figured Azir out yet either. We definitely don't have Faker in the LCP. He's in the LCK, but we'll see. Time will tell. We still are just in the last week of the regular season of Split 1. We still do have the entire playoffs before our grand final on Sunday, March the 1st, for Azir to play a few more games and win a few more, really sort of increase his reputation. But as you called out there, Carrix, DFM have opted for the Cassante for Momo, so we would expect Florin on that Rumble to be able to kind of bully Momo out with that Cassante there. Vi picked up for Pop 9 though. That's a playmaking 2.5, Carrix.
That Azir is in some trouble. There is a Vi Yone. That Azir at level 6 needs to play about 3 screens away.
Just behind tier 2 turret to defend tier 1 with a Vi Yone coming for him.
Because you can't stop it. Like, that's the problem. Azir, normally he's quite safe around level 6. If you get ganked, you just use the shove, you disengage. There's nothing to be shoved. It's pretty dangerous. I don't know what Kane is going to do around level 6. It's going to be up to Citrus, honestly, to save him, to come in and really bail this mid laner out. But Gang, on the Nico, does get himself a very strong support.
Yeah, Nico is still a really strong support, oftentimes banned, despite having that sort of tower juggling buff that Nico used to be so prevalent for no longer being there. She can no longer turn into that cannon minion and ignore the ramping turret shots. She now does take that ramping turret shot no matter what form she is in. But DFM have actually opted to ban away that Bard as well to try and take away that playmaking tool from the likes of Relove, DCG. They, in turn, have responded with the Xin Zhao ban. They don't want that brawler, the skirmisher. They don't want that crescent guard repelling their engagers, which Yone and Vi can very much do. So it's almost like DCG are drafting a very GAM-esque dive comp, obviously with their own flavor of unique twist there. And DFM, they're the ones who are going to have to build that anti-engage comp with the rest of their picks, I think, here, Carrix, as they ban away Karma.
I actually really would have loved to see DFM pick up Bard. I sort of just didn't even think about it. Nico is very strong. Nico can do a similar thing to Bard where you just Pop Blossom on top of your Azir when they're going in, the Pop Blossom holds up their engage, but Bard ult is really good at doing that as well. I kind of would have liked to see that. As Nocturne taking away something Citrus did have a good game on. It was also the Nocturne Orianna combo, of course, in that game. I think the combo was more dangerous than the Nocturne itself, but why not take away something that the enemy jungler has had a good showing on?
Makes sense to me. You remove tools that they're good with and they're going to obviously suffer for it, not do as well. But we do see that Pantheon, that global pressure jungler picked up, and definitely no slouch in the 1v1 either. And instantly locked in by Relove DCG, the Kai'Sa and Alistar. So obviously Alistar there to repel, rebuff, and protect that Kai'Sa, that hyper carry scaling monster, which is going to be countered by a Corki from Karkun. Hopefully able to use that birthday buff to pilot Corki to victory here, Carrix.
It's interesting you say protect the Kai'Sa. I don't think there will be much protection. That Kai'Sa is going to the back line. She is going directly to the back line. She is going to be trying to get directly onto Keen, onto Kakun, and is going to be on Gang to play the bouncer. Momo, of course, as well. And All Out can do a huge amount. If you get someone over the wall, if you get Hongshu over the wall when he doesn't have his E down, you take Beng over the wall, you can just win the fight on the spot. Holistically, turn the nameplates off. I do actually really like DFM's draft, but turn them back on. I think Relove DCG's execution is going to be trouble.
They're definitely going to be able to put the pieces together a little bit quicker, a little bit more comfortably, if you will, than DFM at this moment. We are obviously watching a game of second in the table, only on championship points, to be honest, versus last on the table. So they're looking for their first series win of the night. It will be interesting to see what they bring to bear. They've got the tools, they just need to execute on them. Alrighty. Florida top line, Hongshu, Feng, Xiaoxi, and Relove DCG versus Momo, Citrus, and more. But we're on the rift for game 1 of Series 2 between Relove DCG and DFM tonight, Carrots.
That we are, and it's Citrus walking up early, potentially just trying to get some vision down. No early scraps, nothing too crazy. I think this would be a quiet early game. I think both teams would be happy if it just sort of went a bit quiet. I think level 6 is where things will pop off. Level 6 is where things will go a little bit crazy. And as I said, it is the mid lane I'm looking at. Keen needs to be super hyper aware of when the level 6 is coming in for Pop9. He probably has to call Gang, and he certainly has to call Citrus to help.
They do have a couple of deep wards down. Obviously, that's only for the 90 seconds, but it is good to get that information on where those junglers are. DCG does have the knowledge that Citrus is in his top side, but I don't think DFM have the knowledge that DCG is on their bot side, except by virtue of missing information, right? They know that the jungler hasn't parked that way, so they can assume, but they won't know for certain. As we do have some trading here in the bot side, and Keen currently with the advantage, which you would expect in a ranged versus melee matchup. But Pop9 is close by. Definitely doesn't have that early kill threat, but still able to sort of show face and turn it into a 2v1. Could turn it back in Hongshu's favor, at least for trading waves.
Certainly has the potential. I think he is just going to clear out at the moment. Just wants to get his full clear done, be on time for the Scuttle Crab. As you were saying, it's range versus melee. Hongshu is going to get shoved in early. Keen should basically always have prio, but it's a good read from Pop9. Starts on the bottom side so that he doesn't have to fight Citrus over the first crab. Should just be a full clear into a crab, into a reset from these junglers.
Fairly standard par for the course, as you would expect. Hongshu just snaps back there from a little trade with Keen. The top laners are going to top lane. They are going to biffo. They are going to whack each other and then walk away. Good tangle barbs there from Gang on a Xiaoxi, but just able to walk that one off, Carrix, as Keen currently trying to push his advantage. 10 CS up over Hongshu, but the wave is crashing. Hongshu will be able to get this one back. Now, I wonder if Hongshu is going to be able to put in another massive performance and be on the LCP Team of the Week again, Carrix. Do you reckon he could do it?
It's hard to call it on the first day of our second Super Week. There is a lot of LCP still to come. Also, we have seen some very impressive performances by mid laners already in our first series, where Aris put on an absolute clinic, particularly that game to Akali. So Hongshu, big shoes to fill if he wants to be on that Team of the Week again. But the Yone was good last week. No reason it can't be good again, as in comes Citrus. Won't find anything unless he decides to flash, but doesn't pull the trigger on that, and nor should he, with Xiaoxi roaming in.
Good response from the support of DCG there. Xiaoxi saw the ward and saw, the Citrus Pantheon on the ward and was able to respond. We also see Gang moving toward the mid lane, but also returning to their bot. So it's that proactivity that you want to see from your supports, from your junglers, right? You see like a numbers advantage. Ooh.
A little bit of a clash here in the jungle. Citrus in trouble. Procs that Vi passive, does Pop9. He will just steal away the Gromp, just muscles the Pantheon out of his own jungle. It's top lane priority, lets him do it.
Yeah, really good trade there from Pop9 into Citrus as well. Just knew he had that 1v1 sort of dead to rights in his favor. Traded very well. Citrus forced out of that jungle. As we do see, deep
Keen
TP.
Could be in a little bit of trouble. The Yone is about to snap back, and with that, Pop9 doesn't want to continue the fight. But Keen has just TP'd back to lane, and he's on 30% health.
Exactly what I was going to say. He's just come back, and he already has to recall and walk back. So Hongshu's going to come back as well with that longbow and basically be 100% health into Keen, who is now losing out on those waves, losing out on that experience in CS. Pop9 just in the right place at the right time, making Keen sort of regret that deeper TP there, which cost him so much health. Citrus on his bot side clearing, Pop9 on their bot side and clearing. But Florin, level 6 already, that ultimate, the equalizer, it's online.
It is. Again, I think the Rumble Cassante, I think this has been a bit of a theme tonight. I don't think we're going to be watching too much of that. I don't think that's where the junglers want to be going. You could potentially set up a dive if Momo gets low, but I think the longer you can isolate this matchup, if you're Relove DCG, the better for you. I think Florin will just naturally win that lane on the Rumble versus the Cassante, should just grow a gold lead. I think you want to be investing most of your early attention to this mid lane, to this bot lane.
And this mid lane is already starting to turn against Keen. Hongshu is able to trade far more aggressively now already than he was at, say, level 3 and level 4. So I think Keen's clock is definitely ticking. This bot side is just having some trading. It's a quiet game so far, Carrix. 6 minutes in, we've only had Keen.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. The level 6 came in for Hongshu. It didn't even need to come in for Pop 9. There's no support for Keen, which means he has no hope.
I look forward to seeing the replay on that one, Carrix. It almost felt like Keen was playing that, I want to say, very disrespectfully. It felt like he was out of position there and just handed this one over.
You can't kill
so
this
we see
Kane. Oh, Kane, this is a...
Yeah.
He might not have known it was there, to be fair, but does just get caught out. Yeah. Not a lot
Ultimately, he walked forward and there was still a minion behind him, and Hongshu dipped out of vision, so Keen felt comfortable walking further forward. But even the potential of Hongshu being able to fate seal back around, I surely feel like that deserved a bit more respect, a bit more of a back away. But it is what it is. It has happened, and Hongshu gets first blood, securing that extra 100 gold bounty. But we see a deep TP coming in, Carrix. Ultimately, nothing coming from that one.
Yeah, that 7.5 minute, 8 minute support TP, the Unsealed Spellbook, getting Xiaoxi around this mid lane. They're just able to get a little bit of vision, get a little bit of priority around the dragon. They're not going to pull the trigger on it, of course, as Floweren is getting it traded on pretty hard here by Momo as flashes are traded. Okay.
Well played from Momo there.
Yeah,
getting himself a good advantage, forcing Floryn to recall. Floryn does have that 10 CS advantage, nothing too significant, able to pick up those Swifties as well. So now Momo's unlikely to be able to outrun this Rumble when Floryn does decide to pull the trigger. He's going to have to outhands Rumble in this 1v1. Oh, sneaky recall. Managed to get away, and Floryn none the wiser, I think. Both objectives are up though, Carrix. Neither team has gone for either of them yet. Okay.
And I don't think either team really needs to. DCG will just take the... I mean, they'll take the grubs because these are basically free. You don't need to invest anything into these objectives is sort of what I meant. You had so much priority top, you had priority mid. These grubs are just basically the only thing they're spending is Pop 9's time. And given he only has a red buff on the map, that's pretty cheap at the moment. So really good stuff there by Relove DCG. They're not going to invest anything into the bot lane yet. And I just think the reason is that they're winning the isolated matchups. Floweren is slowly winning out over Momo. Yeah, there was a good trade there by Momo, but that first Cassante ult, that is sort of what we expect to happen. But well played nonetheless. And Hongshu, he is down in CS, but he's up in gold with that kill, and we can see he's pushing Keen in under the tower. Why would Relove DCG want to change what's working?
Very valid, excellent points there. We do see Gang moving to the mid, but will be spotted out on that ward. So Hongshu just going to take a cheeky little recall there. And yeah, DCG, it feels like they have the run of the map. They have all the priority on every lane. They can take these jungle objectives at their leisure. They're not forced to do anything they don't want to do. Hongshu just forcing Keen to stop that recall, interrupting that recall, giving himself that wave to crash in and forcing Keen to stick around a little bit longer, disrupting his game plan. So it is all coming up. Relove DCG at the moment, Carrix, as these wards, they're deep and they're spotting everything DFM is wanting to do. So a lot of information given over to Relove DCG as well.
That it is. The teleport from Keen will come out, and something we haven't seen is any moment where Hongshu has been punished for taking exhaust. He doesn't take teleport in this matchup, thinks he needs the exhaust to keep himself safe, to be able to make plays on his own. And at no point has Keen been able to shove a wave into tower to punish that lack of teleport. He does get a good trade there, but it really is just shoving that wave again. Still just making sure that Keen can never really leave lane. Pop9 moves over to the Dragon. We'll just pull it out of the pit to make sure that the vision is as hard as possible for DFM. The blast cone's gone. This is another objective, basically free for Relove DCG.
They're playing this really, really well. Florin obviously equalizing there just to get this wave.
Ooh, under the tower they go. Florin is actually going to go down. Citrus reading the situation well. Can't do anything on the bot side. May as well go do the dive on the top.
I like that play coming out of DFM. Very proactive.
Ooh, Pop9 in trouble using that ult to just try and buy time, but it's nowhere near enough, and DFM suddenly swing the momentum back.
Able to collect 2 kills pretty quickly as well. One on top side, one on the bot side, but of the jungler of DCG. That feels like some misplay happening from Pop9 maybe. I think it was just it looks like there were wards in the jungle, and they probably saw Pop9 go over the back of the Dragon pit into their jungle. So they thought they should punish that one. Obviously the replay will tell us the full story. But Citrus and Momo teaming up to gank Florent. Here we go.
Oh, this is way too aggressive by Pop9. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, as you can't do that.
I think Pop9 was definitely feeling themselves there.
Ooh,
as we go back to live.
Has to flash. In comes the Kaiser ult. Can't get that last auto attack. And there's no wave there for the dive, so Gang will slip away.
I do like the Karkun was there just throwing those rockets out to punish them, to be like, oi, go away. Have some poke for your troubles. As this bot lane is hotly contested, there's a lot of vision being fought over here. And as we were talking about Pop9 there, as Feng is able to crack that plate and get a nice chunk of gold. Pop9 over-aggressed into that bot side off the back of the Drake, probably feeling themselves, feeling pretty confident. But on the top side, Citrus and Momo were able to punish Florent as we fighting again.
Yeah, shall see. He's taking a lot of damage. Gang here. It's just ends up being a bit of a trade. I think both ADCs reasonably happy to reset right about now. So the damage, not super meaningful, but Citrus was threatening to join the play.
DCG have a lot of priority in this bot side DFM jungle though. They have heavily warded it. Credit to Shao C. He is getting around this map, warding everywhere in DFM's bot side jungle. It's just giving so much information over them, allowing them to play confidently and deeply, which is not something you want to do. Oh, a fight
Equalizer used. Flowering wants to make something of this as he overheats. Momo turning around, but we go back to the mid lane where Pop9 is in trouble, and here comes Hongshu, seals their fate as he dives in. Keen goes for the shove, but it's too little too late. They get the Pop9 consolation prize, but my word, DFM are gone.
3 for 1 in favor of Relove DCG.
Ooh, Momo! Let's go, Momo!
Momo with the hands. Look at him. He's loving it. He's smiling. He knew he just beat Florin in that 1v1 on the top side. So it's nice to get something back there. But DCG won that mid-fight convincingly. It was 3 for 1, costing the support, jungler, and mid laner. You really got to hand it to them. They did put their best foot forward here. As we see DFM, they're aggressing forward. They've got the vision control. Pop9 aggressive. Gang's Pop Blossom, unfortunately early and only onto the 1 as the Hongshu Fate Sealed just comes in over the top. And as soon as his Fate Sealed is done, he snaps back. He knows he's done his job and he's able to pull away to safety there, winning that fight handily there. Currently, Hongshu is 2-0 compared to Keen 0-2. So all the gold on Hongshu, which is a 1.1k gold lead, is just from those kills alone, which he's been able to piece together a Bork, which is, you know, pretty nice for a Yone. You definitely want a Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, you really do. Can very quickly turn into Blade of the Ruined Team. DFM, of course, being the ones in trouble. As Hongshu looking like he might just take over another game on this Yone we saw last week. As you alluded to earlier, he was on that team of the week, and it was mostly for his Yone performance. he can do it again, maybe we need to start banning this.
Yeah, last week nearly getting that quad kill on the bot side as the base was being sieged, and he's proving again that he is quite capable, quite confident on this champ. Taking a melee into a ranged matchup and coming out the victor on the other side, essentially. Once this laning phase was over, Hong Shu has been unleashed, and he's now roaming around fighting with the team as a TP coming in from Momo for this Rift Herald. I don't know if he wants this, but they're going to try.
Yeah, they're going to throw themselves at it. Pop9 is taken low, but he's able to turn it around. They're on Feng, but the Kaiser ultimate will carry him out. Citrus buying time. Xiaoxi doesn't even fall as the equalizer is enormous. Oh, finally they get the cow, but it's only Momo and Keen left, and there's just nothing that can be done. Keen has to run. They pick up everything.
DCG came, they saw, they conquered. That was a 4-for-2 in favor of DCG, and they'll take that any day of the week. They also picked themselves up the Rift Herald, which was the objective they'd set out for anyway. So it was a late play from DFM here, as we see DCG already have the numbers. And unfortunately, Gang has been pop blossoming onto 1 each time in these team fights. And Xiaoxi just lives forever in that fight with that unbreakable will on the Alistair there. But Hong Shu's fate sealed, proving as we go back to live, there's a little bit of trading. All right, we're good, we're chilling. Hong Shu's fate seals are landing every time. As you can see by the damage there, he's hitting 3 or more members of DFM each time. Unfortunately, Gang with those pop blossoms is only landing onto 1. And it also feels like they're a little out of sync with the rest of the team. If Gang can kind of tee it up a bit better, at least land onto 3 or more, I really do think that would give DFM a fighting chance to win one of these inevitable team fights here, Carrix.
It does, it feels like these team fights are just going to keep on coming. They're really not going to stop. There's no reason for Relove DCG to stop them. They are ahead everywhere that it matters. Xiaoxi just gets poked a little bit. He doesn't really care. As Momo and Florin fighting again. This is 1 point of strength here for DFM, but I don't think it's strong enough to stand in the 1v2. Pop9 comes in and they will claim a kill. Momo burns his flash as well. The tower will go down. Oh, never mind. They're actually not going to bother pushing it in. There is reinforcements coming. Good call there by Relove DCG. That's why they're pro players and I'm not. But it is all going the way of DCG.
Really heads up there to turn that fight in the favor of Florin, turning it into a 2v1, as we do see DFM using their second coach comms of the game. Probably wishing Karkun a happy birthday through that one there. Momo unfortunately did go down in what looked like a very, very close 1v1 to start. It's nice to see Momo feeling himself. Nice to see Momo keeping up with Florin here, just trading back and forth quite evenly. But as you say, DCG, they have all of the cards at the moment. They're currently sitting at nearly 5,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. It's starting to feel a little bit oppressive with 3,000 of that on the Kaiser, the ADC, Feng, 4-0 currently, Carrix. But shout out to Xiaoxi, 7 assists. Been involved in nearly every single kill.
Yeah, if only he hadn't had a death, he could be the secret agent 007, but unfortunately did die in that one fight as they go in onto Momo once again, knock him around, try and take him down, but he is very tanky, but the fate is sealed. Momo still on the run. Pop9 diving in with Feng, and oh no, they came to save their friend, but it was only their doom. Kakun tries desperately to find the kill, does get 2 as he comes in. The birthday boy plays hero.
Feng had hands. Yeah. They did well. They collapsed on the fight, and then obviously Keen stayed topside to get that tier 1 turret as well, but all in defense of a bot side tier 2. So currently 9 kills to DFM, 12 to DCG. But Kakun obviously coming in the back end there, able to get that shutdown on Feng and pocket a significant amount of gold will definitely help accelerate Kakun up and get him back into this game. As we do go to the replay, this Rift Herald crashing, but DCG, they'd actually hidden 2 members away behind that terrain and were able to surprise Momo, getting a serious advantage early in the game. And then DCG followed it up to finish him off here. Gang did well to pop Blossom. Unfortunately, it was just onto Hongshu, which kept him under that turret and got him killed. Again, it just missed out on being more than 1 for that pop Blossom. If Gang can do that again, but on some more, I just DFM, I think, could have the edge in these fights.
I think it might take a little bit more than a multi-man Pop Blossom. The tower really was DFM's strongest soldier in that one. But Feng picking up 3 kills is genuinely no joke. He is now a 2-item Corki. Should be able to move up to 3 by the time this dragon spawns. I'm not 100% sure what his gold's at, but if I had to guess, by the time Infernal comes up, he should be 3 items. If they can play around Feng and if they can catch the engage like that with a Pop Blossom, they hit like a 3-man Pop Blossom on the engage for DCG, Feng is untouched, they could turn this around.
I agree. I think they could turn this around. As Pop 9 just a cheeky little poke on a Momo. Momo sees that it would be a 2v1, so just kind of walks it away. I think moving forward there, all right. I was like, oh, I wouldn't be moving forward in a 2v1 situation, but again, this is why these guys are the pros and we're not. Kakun just pushing a little wave out as the Baron has been on the Rift for 2.5 minutes now, and the 3rd Drake of the game is just about to spawn in 30 seconds. These jungle objectives, they haven't really been a big part of this game. They haven't really been a big priority here, Carrix, as Florin just gets that bot side priority and a bunch of pings coming down in mid. I reckon a fight is... A TP's being committed here, Carrix.
TP really openly being used. They're looking for dragon priority. Kakun does not get to that 3rd item that I was alluding to. He's still just at 2 plus a little bit of anti-heal. As Shao Si just bullying a Citrus, just wants to keep marked on that jungler. The Fate Sealed comes in. They blow up Kakun, and that is a disaster. This will just be re-love. DCG walking through DFM. Feng on the run. They won't even take him down on the other side. Momo falling, the dragon going with him. And re-love DCG get everything they could ever want.
Yeah, Hongshu Fate Sealed in, snapped back, and then just... Yeah, and then just started soloing the dragon while the teams were still fighting. He was that confident of the position they were in. Keen.
There's no TP. He can't execute because he'll go down to Kai'Sa. This is just going to be Florin picking him up. They're on the Baron. They kill it really, really quickly. And DFM, it would take a miracle.
I mean, it's 8,500 gold. DCG win the team fight in convincing fashion. They get the Drake, and then they started the Baron while they finished off Keen. It feels like DCG are so far ahead, they're able to do 2 things at once, which is a really dangerous position to be in. The blind face check from Citrus here, unfortunate that they weren't able to get any vision down. Hongshu was able to get an excellent flank angle and then retreats from the fight and just starts up the Drake while DCG mop up DFM. It's a 3v1 for Momo down in the bot side while DCG just finished the rest of DFM up. That really was a routing, Carrix, as this does look done. Like, there's still time left in this game, but when one team's able to do multiple things at once and you can't answer any of them...
Tank, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. Well said, Tank, by the way. When you can't answer any one of the things that one team is trying to do, it's dire straits. I mean, this team is a fully Baron-empowered team now. They're ahead by 10k gold. They're pushing in.
In they go, DCG. They have Baron. They have Momo off the map. I don't think DFM can really do much here. This might be a think about game 2. Figure out how we're going to get back into this one, as DCG just a little bit too good in game 1. Hongshu once again showing why this Yone might not be allowed to be picked for him anymore. That might have to be hitting the band, as into the fountain goes Pop Knight. That's a good way to get a fight started, but it's traded back onto Gang. This will be 4 and going down. DCG won't end the game as Kakun uses that flash as an offensive spell. Hongshu in trouble, seals fate to just try and turn something around. Is doing so much damage. He kills 2 of them. Oh no! Him and Feng are linking up. DFM thought they had something, but it was all Relove DCG as the snipe comes in. And you know what? They just like making me a liar, because they are going to end the game. DFM will have to find a way back into this one in game number 2 as they pick up a few celebration kills. Happy birthday, Kakun. Here is a Yone as 1-0 becomes the score. DCG taking the lead.
Relove DCG take game 1 of tonight's best of 3 series between Relove DCG and Detonation Focus Me. Well done, well played there. You do love to see it. That was style points at the end there, Carrick. They went in. You know, they lost 1 under Fountain. They lost 2 in the fight. It was just Hongshu and Feng left. So DFM thought they had something. They chased, they committed their ults. And then Hongshu and Feng, they just turned it right back around. They were able to turn a fight that was, you know, they were down in manpower and they still won it. They just outplayed and did so much more damage, unfortunately, at the end there. But I really do think this was DCG winning this game from minute 1 onwards. They were able to have early priority. They were able to get the objectives whenever they wanted. They were able to fight multiple things at once and win across multiple fronts. And Keen, I think unfortunately Keen was a little disrespectful here in this moment, but was really kept down and out by the might. Yeah. Was really kept down and out by the might here of Hongshu's Yone. He's just done so well on it. 2 games in a row now.
Yeah, this is just becoming something that you have to plan for in draft. You either have to ban it or have something in mind. DFM did not do either, and they just paid the price. Gang on that Nico. That's what I was kind of talking about, where I would have really liked a Bard. Just because Bard has the option of just being really defensive with the ult. When the Yone comes in, when the Vi comes in, just dump the ult on your own team and you diffuse that play. It might not have worked. We don't live in the reality where it was picked, but I like to think it would have been more effective.
I do like that when the team fights broke out, DFM were responding. Just unfortunately, a little more often than not, DCG had a significant numbers advantage for longer. There was a good moment with Kakun. Obviously, he came in a little bit late, speaking to the lateness of the DFM arrival, but he was able to outhands Feng in that 1v1 toward the back end. Admittedly, Feng had taken a fair bit of damage, but Florin on this Rumble had great equalizers more often than not, was able to exert so much pressure in the back lines of DFM. I really think Florin had a good game here too, Carrix.
Yeah, I agree he did, but I think these 2 DCG players on your screen here are the ones to think about as they turned this last fight around. And boy, they really showed how much we are made for this over here at the LCP.
Yeah, look, a Hongshu and Feng 2v4, 2v3 toward the end there, just to be able to like turn it back around on them was something spectacular. I was getting ready to be like, oh no, you know, Relove DCG, they've kind of thrown it in the enemy base. And then I think Hongshu and Feng were like, nah, not today, not tonight, not on my Yone, not on my Kai'Sa. We have got this. And they proved it. They absolutely won and just closed it out in spectacular fashion. They just wanted to make it more exciting for their characters. So I'm really happy with that one. But as you said, here in the LCP, we're made for this, and we'll get straight back to it after the break.
Darkness can never kill.
These thoughts within my head, they wake me from my bed. I am dreaming of what lies ahead, but I know I feel unbreakable. The stirring of the mind, it feels like a sign. Can I make it to the finish line? But I know I feel unshakable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train, I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Like a phoenix from the flames, I have risen, I am dazed, I'm electric in the pouring rain. Now I know I feel untouchable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my
can feel myself standing tall. When I reach for the light that surrounds me, I can see I'm a part of it. Part of it all. I'm a part of it all. I'm a part of it all. Yeah, when I close my eyes, I am floating. I can feel myself standing tall. When I reach for the light that surrounds me, I can see I'm a part of it.
And welcome back to Game 2 of tonight's Best of 3 series between Relove DCG and Detonation Focus Me. Relove took Game 1 in convincing fashion, and we said it before, we'll say it again, Carrix. Ban Hongshu's Yone because he was unstoppable on that pick. But with Yone frontlining, Feng on the Kai'Sa was just able to run amok in the back lines. Yeah,
Sorry
Hongshu's
about that.
Yone was
I was muted there
absolutely
for a second.
spectacular. Kai'Sa, Feng as well, really, really strong there. As DFM have first pick and blue side. So this is that first selection. So the teams who previously earned side selection, they now earn first selection. So they get to first pick either which side to play on, blue or red, or whether to pick first or second in draft. And then the other decision goes over to the other team and you get what's left over. So I really do like this coming out of them here now. But we'll see what happens in the draft in the future. As we do see these gamers here just relaxing, they're vibing. I love seeing what some of these guys do here. Some of them have like those stress balls where they keep their hands kind of moving, they keep them warm so their reflexes are good to go. Others, they yoga. They start to meditate. I said yoga, they meditate, which is something that Faker does a lot of. But Carrix, look at these cups. I wonder what they're drinking as they're here stewing over what they can draft for Game 2. DFM, they need a way back in here, mate.
Well, Relove DCG could be drinking, I don't know, tears. They were bullies in Game 1, frankly, as they just ran through everyone. In Game 1, as I said, fearless. I have one fear, and it's Hongshu's Yone. Thankfully, it is taken away by the system. Lucky for all of us. I don't think we need to see that again. That's enough of that. I've seen enough Yone kills for the day. As the band's coming in, Jace, Oriana, Malphite, Yunara, it all makes sense at the moment. And I think the person that was most redeemable Game 1 for DFM was Kakun. We have to play through him. We need to get him a strong pick.
Absolutely. We do see those standard bans coming through. Malphite, Yunara, Jay for Jace, Oriana. But as you say, Kakun needs to be played around. He was the shining light. Momo had his moments too in Game 1. So definitely nice to see that there rather than the just bully Momo train, stuck in the station, never leaving. But if we can give Kakun the tools he needs, so we've seen him on the Corki, but previously we've seen him on the likes of Misfortune, Aphelios, Smolder as well. Didn't so much like the Smolder pick. Unfortunately, I think Smolder is a little too weak at the moment. But if they can give Kakun something and play around him, that would be spectacular. It would give them the chance, and it would give the birthday boy a hype moment for his 24th, I think, Carrix, as the last ban rounded out will be that Rise.
Yeah, and they do give him the Varus. This is, it's probably the best ADC on the patch. We are, of course, still on 26.2. The Varus nerfs will be on 26.3. This gives Kakun a really good chance. I'd like to see him going that poke build. They immediately answer with the Sivir. We saw this in Series 1 when GAM answered Varus with the Sivir and it worked out. The Nocturne as well, of course, won't have the Orianna to combo with, but still a really good response here. But that said, if Momo goes on the lethality, can just stay 2 screens away where the Nocturne can't see him, it does keep him safe.
I do love that we are getting a Nocturne game, though. This has been banned so many times, and I love that there's no VCS teams here, and suddenly it gets through, and it's like, alrighty, time to see a Nocturne game, yes! As we do see the response coming through, DFM are picking up that Wukong for Citrus. Wukong being able to engage or even, you know, prevent engages himself with that Cyclone knockup that he can distribute twice, which is just fantastic. But DFM have picked themselves up an Aurora. Now, Aurora, a bit of a flex pick, but has seen a lot in the top lane. So maybe they're trying to give Momo the tools they feel he needs to be able to bully top, get that priority for them so that they can focus on mid and bot a little bit more here, Carrix. But looks like it's going to be responded to with an Ambessa.
Yeah, the Ambessa, kind of interesting here because I don't know how much you want to play Ambessa into Aurora. Maybe they're reading it as mid lane. Maybe they just think Florin can do it regardless. They're not too worried about Momo's Aurora. I like Aurora as a pick, particularly in this B3 spot. A lot of flexibility left available. A lot that DFM can still do. If they decide, oh, actually, we really need secondary engage from top lane, they can still pick it. If they realize they don't, the Aurora can go up there. We can get another carry for Keen as Renekton and Bar. So they are reading that as a mid lane Aurora. They're banning Renekton. They think that's mid.
The thing with the Aurora too in the late game, even if it's a top laner or a mid laner, it can still bring to bear a lot of damage. So what that does, DFM spreads the threat out and it forces Relove DCG into a decision point. Which threat do they shut down first? Which obviously buys time for the other threat to put that damage down, to be the threat that it is meant to be. So I definitely do like an Aurora top lane if this is what it ends up being, because then it's a 3 threat sort of composition. But as you say, they have banned away that Renekton. Crikey, you love to see it. And in response, Bard. It's fascinating how much Bard is getting banned. I say that and I go, yes, Magical Journey, yes, Tempered Fate. The playmaking ability that comes out with that support is astronomical. The way it can shut things down, the way it can set things up. It's just so capable from so many different angles that
I like this.
I'm surprised. The Renata Glass pick?
Yeah, Renata's really smart here. Yeah, this is great. This is a comp that just runs at you from one direction. You know who's really good at that is when you send a big wave of gas in that one direction. Faint? Okay, we're just having fun. Okay, I got excited for a second, but no, Gang's just having some fun.
Ooh, Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai makes
amount
sense.
of survivability there. Yeah.
Rek'Sai just to neutralize the lane. You never die. You can just, you know, get a knock up. It's kind of hard to spell shield Rek'Sai. Yeah, I like this.
Really good backline dive with Rek'Sai as well. Able to get on to the likes of this Sivir. Potentially, if we do see this Seraphine locked in for Xiaoxi, be able to get onto them and shut them down because, you know, Nocturne, Ambessa, and Galio, they want to frontline. They want to be all up in your faces. So they won't be there to keep the Rek'Sai off of the Sivir. So that could be really, really handy there too. I was hoping we'd see Emilio there, Carrix. Ooh, Karma.
Always fun, but we get some Karma instead. I like this a lot. This just is, they're sort of doubling down on we're just going to run at you. We're going to go really, really fast. We're going to use Sivir ult. We're going to use Nocturne ult. We're going to use Ambessa. We're running at you. There's a Galio coming on top of us, and it's really all down to Gang to stop it.
I'm definitely trying to look at the team identity here for DFM as well. I feel like their team is a little less synergistic. Whereas DCG is just a death ball run. DFM, it almost feels like they want to do both because Wukong and Rek'Sai can dive into the back lines, and Aurora and Varus, Aurora obviously between worlds can dance around a bit. Varus wants to stay really far back, so it's almost like they're forcing themselves into 3 different fights, Carrix, with their positioning that they're going to need to have.
Now, Varus could go AP. He could go on hit, then that sort of does relieve that problem. It does make him play at closer range. I still don't know if that's what I want to see. I do want to see him standing further away. It just makes it harder for Relove DCG to actually get the engage onto that important target. As I said, in game 1, Kakun was the shining light, did his absolute best in a horrible, horrible situation. It has to be all about him. It's his birthday. He's got the birthday buff. Kakun, I think, just has to put DFM on his back as we roll onto the Rift for game 2 of our second series here in the LCP.
DFM versus Relove DCG. Relove DCG is up 1 game. Very standard runes we see here. Electrocute on that Aurora. Looking to get that sort of poke and prod down onto the Galio of Hongshu there. A little bit. I always find, right, so support main, I always find Karma Qs, like the RQ, so difficult to dodge. It's got such a massive area that it hits.
Oh yeah, it's huge. Like that's not dodgeable. If the Karma knows what she's doing and she's playing from that sort of midway through the range, it comes out too quick. It's too big. As Xiaoxi once again just throwing the Qs, doesn't really care about the damage he's taking back from Gang. Renata not exactly known for her damage.
I do like the passive of Renata though. When she hits you with the auto, I'm fairly certain it's it steals a small portion of your armor or MR, I think it is. I've played her a couple of times and I like her passive, but she's obviously got to walk into range to be able to get you with it. As Keen is actually getting some good poke down on Hongshu, but this is the same matchup as game 1 basically. Ranged into melee, ranged is going to have that early game advantage. You need to abuse this early matchup, otherwise you risk falling behind a bit sooner. Oh, Hongshu just taking that one like a champ, Carrix, as we see both junglers going to their bot sides.
That we do, and yeah, this is this matchup. Unfortunately for Hongshu, he got to pop off in game 1, and now he's been told, all right, you've had your fun. It's time to play Galio against Aurora. Not a super fun matchup. Is Aurora very, very abusive of melee champions. We often see that when she's played in the top lane. We will now be seeing it when she's played in the mid lane against, obviously, the melee champion of Galio. Hongshu just needs to not die. He'll fall behind a little bit in CS. That's expected. That's normal. Momo getting a heavy trade onto him, but of course can just duck back underground, heal up, and Florin just needs to catch this wave, which he should do fairly easily.
Here's the thing that I didn't point out in draft that I've just now noticed and I really want to point out, right? We obviously spoke about Nocturne. We're obviously speaking about Galio. That's 2 semi-globals combined. Right? They're going to just pull the trigger. They're going to let rip. And suddenly you are going to have a Galio in your face, a Nocturne eating you alive. Like, it's going to be such a scary combo when they pull it off, right? And you can see it now. It's going to be like a 2v2 in a lane. And you're thinking, oh, okay, this is fine. And then suddenly it's a 4v2, dive under tower, down you go, good luck. And DFM, they're not going to be able to respond as quickly as DCG when they pull that trigger. They have the same amount of teleports. They just don't have the same amount of semi-global globals.
Exactly, and this is why we do see in this current meta, globals and those semi-globals, as you're alluding to, have been so highly prioritized. Pantheon, Rise, this Nocturne, this Galio are just constantly coming in. Turns out it's really good to fight when the number on your side of the V is higher. Who knew? Honestly. I mean, I did terribly in maths, so I never would have figured that out. But it is, as you said, just going to be Relove DCG showing up first. It's going to be on DFM to read the play, and the way you do that is through vision control. If they can see where Pop 9 is, which way Hongshu is roaming, they can make the calls, but that's going to largely be on Gang and Citrus to link up to get some deep wards.
I really do like the focal point on the vision, on the wards. And for those who aren't familiar, we have role quests that have come through this patch. Xiaoxi starts up the jungle camp, the Pop 9.
Uh-oh, Momo. He's okay, he can tunnel. I shouldn't have even gotten excited. It's a Rek'Sai. You can't die on Rek'Sai. We do have a Biff in the jungle starting out. A good handshake, though. We'll just push Pop9 back, as that is the most controlled bush on the entire map right now. Double control ward. We'd love to see it.
Yeah, there was 3 at the time, I do believe, but obviously 2 red to 1 blue. Blue had to fall behind there. Oh, I lost my point. We were talking, and then we broke out to that top side. Florin onto Momo, just running him down, and then that jungle sort of invade, but ultimately Citrus won that camp. Oh, what was my point? Oh, that's right. Yeah. We're not hired for our maths. That's why we're here. We're hired because we can yap, not 1 + 1 is 4, Carrick. So I'm glad we're on the same page there.
I don't get it. What's the joke? You just, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Well, because it's like...
but
what we
Citrus
is
is coming into bot lane. Will be bound up, though, by Xiaoxi. They defuse that gang, being able to shove the wave in.
One thing I do love about watching professional games is it inspires my own games, right? Because, like, I'm not a pro gamer, but... Ooh.
Public execution onto Momo. Has to try and find some space to get back underground. Claren will give it to him. And here we go around the dragon. Bang! Look at the damage this Sivir is already putting out. And as you said, it is going to be the call to battle as Galio arrives, Keen having to flash away. DFM thoroughly rinsed away from this dragon.
Not without a fight, though. DFM were able to get some serious damage down, but yeah, unfortunately, DCG getting the better of them, taking out DFM's jungler Citrus there, which gives them the advantage. They couldn't take that Drake, but DCG are forced to retreat, licking their wounds. They're going to reset, get some of that priority back on the map again on that bot side, and then potentially go for the Drake again. Momo in a dangerous position, just under turret. Nothing going to come from that one. Just going to collect those waves. Doing well to trade back into Florin, but has fallen behind on the CS front by nearly 20 there, Carrick. So I'm glad it's written here for me, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to work that one out.
Yeah, look, it's not going well for Momo. This is like sort of what we expected. Just a pick to survive the lane. We did see he is incredibly resilient. Even when that Ambessa ultimate lands, he's able to just heal up, survive it. But let's have a look at what exactly went wrong at Dragon.
So DCG looks like they were 3v4, but DFM were low. And obviously Hongshu on the Galio able to bring that global to bear. And critically though, Pop9 did not yet have that paranoia. Xiaoxi did really, really well to root people up there with that Karma. I really do like that ability she's able to bring to bear to sort of slow down, to put off these engages. There's a little bit of a ward war going on here. I can tell you, when I'm in my solo queue and I'm in a ward war, I expect my AD to come and help. Oh,
Xiaoxi. Oh my God.
What?
Oh no. He's...
Disaster. What did Citrus do?
Come on, man.
Oh. Just gave Xiaoxi an out for free there.
Come on, man.
No, but DCG are able to convert that presence of Citrus down on the bot side into the grubs. DFM recollect themselves and take the first Drake of the game. So good cross-map play there from DCG to get the grubs for themselves. They saw that DFM were on the Drake and they were like, yep, you get that one, we'll get this one. But that was a little bit of a misplay there. Xiaoxi was basically dead to rights in the face of Gang and Citrus.
Yeah, and this paranoia will be going in. Citrus does take a red buff, but even if he goes over the wall, Hongshu will be able to find him, and bang! Brings the shoulder charge, picks himself up a kill. And, I think the wheels are already kind of falling off.
Oh, look, I mean, they're still attached. Just a couple of lug nuts loose at the moment. You can hear, like how you hear them start to wobble. Yeah, they're wobbling, they're rattling, but there's still definitely an opportunity for them to get down there and fix those lug nuts. Every game is 50-50 when you walk into it. It's up to you to make sure you win, as Momo is just being traded into so heavily under that tower. It's almost like the return to form bullying that we've kind of expected here. As we go to this replay, Citrus is on the ward, allowing Pop9 to paranoia in and contest for this red buff. Citrus gets it, clones over the wall, but he's just caught, unfortunately. Hongshu used his priority to rotate down and finish him off. Really smart play by DCG there to just try and keep Citrus down and behind.
Citrus, unfortunately, not having the kind of game you want broadcast live, and unfortunately for him, this is live, this is real, this is the LCP. As Citrus does get Hongshu out of his jungle, doesn't, you know, Galio trying to take away his fellow chickens and will be denied.
Yeah, like, no thanks, mate, these are mine, off your trot. And it's interesting to see how quickly sort of Galio is able to handle the trades of Aurora, because obviously Galio is typically got MR built into him. He's got that magic damage shield, but now he's also picked up magic resistance. So he's going to be all that much harder for this Aurora to trade into, having already completed that one item. Because Hongshu, despite being a Galio, all 2 kills from Relove DCG are on Hongshu, are on the Galio. So he's nice and tanky already, making it that much harder for any AP damage to really stick and hurt this Galio, Carrix. There's another taunt comes through.
Yeah, the problem is Aurora needs to be ahead. Obviously still ahead in CS for Keen, still about 20 CS up. But now Hongshu, he has that first item, he has those 2 kills. He is about 400 gold ahead, which it's not a lot. 400 gold is a fairly minor gold lead, but Galio's meant to be 1,000 gold behind.
Definitely in a range melee matchup, definitely being...
Particularly Aurora, right? Like...
Yes. Yeah. Oh, DCG. So this is something I've noticed DCG are doing. They are constantly in this bot side jungle of DFM. They are hunting Citrus. They are trying to keep this bot side jungle clear of creeps to keep Citrus behind. And right now it's working. Pop9 is 10 CS up. Citrus has died twice, unfortunately. He's been the only one to die. So DFM, they've called in the coach comms here. This is their first of the game. You get 3 per game. Hopefully giving some input, some constructive feedback on how to get back in this game, because Florin currently finds himself in over a 1 level advantage over Momo as well. I mean, it's not glaringly obvious, but right now it feels like Relove DCG with their 2,500 gold lead are firmly in control, Carrix.
I don't know if it isn't glaringly obvious. This is feeling a little bit hopeless already. Of course, there are plenty of comeback mechanics here for DFM. I'm not writing them off by any means, but it just feels like, look at the wards in this bot side jungle. How do you ever do anything against Nocturne Galio? Like, Kakun is just on an island. You can't help him. If you try and rotate down to bot lane, you are going to get paranoid. You are going to die. So Kakun just has to be left on his own. And he's doing fine. This is by no means Kakun's fault. He's doing his best, but he's so isolated from the team. And it just lets them do this. In they come. The Renata ult will buy a lot of time. But Hongshu into the backside picks up 1. They're just a little bit too far behind. Citrus even read the play. He was there on time, but it just doesn't matter.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. They overloaded the bot side. The Galio...
Momo gets away with the flash.
Good flash to respect that there. But this is the hero's entrance. This is the paranoia combo. This is the 2v2 turned into 4v2. And as you say, Citrus read the play, was in the area, and still was unable to prevent the death of Gang in that one. I personally think they did well to only lose their support. You know, that Renata Glassgold going out, slowing them up, getting some damage back down. As we see it again, 2v2 suddenly becomes 4v3 thanks to Citrus showing up. But unfortunately, DFM were basically already dead.
Yeah, it was just such a fast play. And when you can start your play from halfway through the bot jungle, you tend to get there quicker than the guy that actually has to walk. Citrus has just been boxed out of this game, has been really unable to do much. I think this should be a tempo dragon back to DFM, but they're having to call in their top lane teleport just to make this safe. And I don't even know if it is. Pop9's here.
as he goes in onto Citrus. The dragon is low enough. It's just going to be a smite fight. Citrus does manage to get it, but immediately pays with his life. Hongshu flashing away from the Between Worlds. They do manage to take another one down, but here he comes. Get paranoid, DFM, as it is Pop 9 tearing through. Feng picking up the kills. Momo desperate in the backside, as he did manage to pick up the kill onto Hongshu, but now he'll be rooted up, playing in his tunnels. They'll eventually clean up this wreck side, but my word, what a fight for DCG.
Oh! I love that Momo. Oh, what? Wait, what? Momo's still going.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. He can kill Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi is a little bit in trouble. Does get the heal from the empowered W. They are staggering Momo. They want to make sure he's dead for as long as possible. As he's
healing back up.
He's eating some berries. He's having fun. Look, he's having a pool party. This looks like so much fun as Rek'Sai. You get to play in your tunnels. You get to get killed.
I really like that drawn out at the back end there. I mean, it could have actually been part of DFM's plan.
It kind of does get them Rift Herald.
It does. He dragged 3 over there. I think that was well played by Momo. He got himself a kill. He bought him his team priority on the Drake. As we do go back to this fight here, Keen caught early by Hongshu, but able to buffer away from that taunt. Lost the smite fight here. I do like DFM's positioning. They're all together on the left, but unfortunately they're also on vision, and DCG is just able to turn it around. That felt like wallet diff. It just felt like DFM couldn't even get a look in. And then are we going to get a full replay of this entire thing here?
I don't know if we have time. Surely something happened. He kills Florence.
I do love that.
He almost.
I love it.
Almost killed Xiaoxi as well. Honestly, good on you, Momo.
Yeah, I think that was awesome that he was able to get Florin off the backside and very, very nearly get Xiaoxi. And as we were saying, bought time for his team to be able to get that Rift Herald down as well. So Citrus does have that in inventory. We'll be able to drop that.
In we go once again. And we didn't even need Galio as Kakun. Happy birthday. Here's a Nocturne.
Here's a Nocturne. There's a Galio behind him if you don't die quick enough. And he really,
I don't like the idea
really
of
did.
You open your birthday present and Nocturne's just in there with his little blades.
not Shaco, it's a Nocturne.
Momo on to Flowering. Lovely public execution, but Momo will follow him as Flowering desperately trying to run away. Can't do it. Now Hongshu on the wrong side of town, trying to find his way out, does a lot of damage in onto Gang. Xiaoxi coming in to speed him out. And Citrus, might have stepped a little bit too far forward. No, really love DCG. Not gonna go for the fight here. Keen dealing some damage. Xiaoxi in trouble. DCG maybe having a little bit too much fun. Momo diving onto Feng. A lovely spell shield there on the Rek'Sai knock up, but it's a double kill for Keen, and DFM aren't going down without a fight.
They will not go quietly into that good night, Carrix. That is what you like to see from DFM. That was a longer, drawn-out fight, and they played it spectacularly. They knew they had the numbers advantage. They knew that they could win if they kept pressing this advantage, and they did it. They really, really well. Momo, 3-1. As we go to our replay here, so Florin and Momo are just trading. We think it's just going to be one of those topside bangers, but Florin here with that ward to public execute out of the fight. Astronomical play there. Unfortunately, unable to get that distance. Momo and Keen are able to collapse.
I didn't see that live. He didn't slide over the wall.
Citrus is
come on.
not having the best night. But we do see DFM regroup here, right? And they bring Karkun to bear, so it's 5v2. They're able to shut down Xiaoxi, and Hongshu, quite tanky, but the poke coming out of Keen here is significant. It's not to be disrespected, so I really like that DFM kept that play going. They brought the numbers to bear, and ultimately they netted themselves a tidy 3 kills there, Carrix.
Oh, Logan.
Hopefully
what do we do?
I mean, we saw signs of life, right? DFM, they're not out of this game.
As Momo
He wants to have more and more signs of life. He's going in onto Shousey, but all right.
Don't know about that one.
In goes the paranoia. They found Gang. Can they take him down? No, they cannot. Kakun able to buy space, but over the wall they go, and they will pick up the kill on that spot. Kakun has a Hongshu and a Foreign bearing down on him. They cannot do enough damage in time. Take it down. The minions cleared out, and DCG show that that little mid lane scuffle was nothing more than just a bump in the road.
DCG have definitely said, you know what, fun time's over, we're going to win this one. That was a confusing play from Momo in that mid lane. I do acknowledge that it was to try and go for Shousey, but I think the timing, it was a poor call. And full send, I love it. I think the timing and the target was not the best there. It definitely gave DCG that priority in this bot side. As we go to this replay, I think Momo was going for Feng here. Feng able to just outplay him there. Momo,
I think he missed it.
Okay.
I think he missed it.
Yeah.
I don't think he
Momo
meant to go in that at all.
Momo obviously initially going in for Feng. Unfortunately, unable to find Feng. Had to turn it back around. But then we see DCG have the priority, and they're just able to overwhelm this bot side jungle here. They show up in force. Karkun is caught out way too far forward in this situation. And then DCG able to get that Drake for themselves too, as they press their gold lead to nearly 8,000 at 21 minutes, Carrix. DFM, they're trying to get something back on the map here.
And they should be able to. Momo, despite a questionable play mid, actually is really strong on this Rex side at the moment. So is Keen. He's 3-0, actually has an individual gold lead, which in a game like this is very unlikely. But they just start up Baron to force the rest of DFM to come forward, and it will be the Renata going down immediately. Kakun a little bit too close. The Mikhails to cleanse the chains, and they pick up another 2.
Keen, meanwhile, on the bot side, pushing that tier 2 turret is going to recall. They do know that DCG is trying to press this Baron advantage that they've secured for themselves.
You have a 3-item
Exactly. You do. And DFM, they do have 3 up. They have their top side jungle and mid laner. They are in the area to contest, so DCG are going to commit this TP from Hongshu here just to give themselves that numbers advantage, to give themselves the best chance of securing this Baron. Citrus is looking, but he keeps getting poked out here, Carrix.
Yeah, they're marking him really, really well. Hongshu just zoning him out. Top 9 is there. Citrus jumping in. The Baron a little bit too healthy, but it's going to come down, and it is a steal for DFM. He'll pay with his life, but you take that. A kill and a steal. All right, Top 9, all right. And now the rest of DFM arriving while Feng is really low. He has to play super safe. Keen has that. Oh, he gets it. He gets the reset. Gets a huge shutdown. Is low in the front line. Gets a double. My word. DCG just fall apart.
Fantastic play there from DFM to draw that one out, get the numbers that they needed. Keen able to get that passive off of Renata Glask's W. If it is on you and you die, you get a little extra time. And if you get a kill, you are basically reset. You do not die. As we see this fight here again, Citrus forced to clone away to avoid the significant amount of damage here. But Siva just throwing those Qs out, able to chunk him down. Hongshu tries to get onto Citrus, and Citrus flashes away and gets an opening into the pit. Slides forward, hides in the back of the pit. 1500, there it is. Smites away that Baron. And they win the team fight here in the pit as well in the protracted fight. Gang comes around. Keen wraps around. Karkun is able to start bringing that poke to bear. And the Between the Worlds, keeping DCG in the area, critically Keen not dying there. I really like this one, Carrix. DFM, they're down, but they are absolutely not out.
And that's actually a huge swing. Like, it doesn't get them back into the gold lead, but it was a massive gold lead. Now it's only about 4K. You've still got a lot of mountain to climb, but boy, you've made it to base camp, and none of us really expected it to get to that far. Keen played it ridiculously well, just hanging out in stealth until he had that reset of cooldowns to get that second kill. I hate to say it, but I think we have a game. Well, actually, I don't hate to say it. What am I talking about? I love this.
They did swing the gold. They chopped that gold advantage down from 8k to 4k. I really do think Relove DCG, you know, we've seen it in a few other games where, you know, GAM, CFO, that sort of thing, TSW, they play very respectfully of their opponents. They treat them like the serious opponents that they are. I feel like maybe Relove DCG is not respecting that DFM are still professionals. They're still here in the T1. They can bring it to the best of them, which they're showing right now. It's not like they're an easy pushover. So I think Relove just need to lock in again. They need to reset themselves and go, we need to play this properly as a 5v5 and drive home our current advantages, because oh, there's a deep TP coming in here, Carrix.
It's Momo coming in from the side with that big shield. Feng does manage to flash away, needs to find more as the Galio ult defensively. In they go, and Relove DCG, they want to show that once again they were just having some fun as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is all of DFM taken down. Quadra for Pop9.
Almost feels criminal that they didn't give him the penta in that one, but them's the breaks. Really, really clean from DCG. They heard me saying it and they were like, you know what, we're going to show you, we're going to lock in and we're going to win this one right here, right now. Now, obviously, this isn't going to be their victory dance, but they are applying the pressure. They're pushing in this mid lane inhibitor turret. They're pushing in the bot lane inhibitor turret. And Pop9 is free to start up their second Drake of the game all on his own over in that Dragon Pit. We do see Xiaoxi recalling the base, healing back up. Nice team fight, nice priority. DCG firmly back in control. Now over 8,000 gold lead again, Carrix. It was just a blip on the radar. That's what they're trying to tell us here.
Yeah, I do think so. It was a good idea here from DFM, but unfortunately just not decisive enough. A great flash away. And my word, what else can you say?
Yeah, the public executions, they do be landing. The Nocturne and Galio ult combo are just proving so strong in this fight. It feels like DFM... Oh,
Xiaoxi. Okay.
Just a bit of poke.
Kakun didn't have a Q, I suppose, but oh, here they go on to Feng. Has that Mega Blast Cone, has the shielding. Can Keen find him? He can. This is a good start to the fight from DFM. Pop9 wants to just zone Keen out. There's a teleport being used, will get him away. But the other side of the fight still continues. Momo on the run, Momo on the escape, the flash forward. Floweren will not let that stand. 2 for 2. With the ADC and support being gone for DCG, puts paid to any of their pushes.
I do like that we were talking about the previous fight and then we're already straight back into fight night. It's like, you know, the Fight Club, the rules, you don't talk about it. Well, we don't get a chance to talk about the fights here in the LCP either because they refuse to stop. We are at more than 1 kill per minute. Carrix, there's a total of 36 kills in 28 minutes. These guys are thirsty. They want to win and they're willing to just never stop fighting. As Kakun just catches Xiaoxi out of position here, is able to get pretty good amount of damage down. DCG, though, quick to respond to protect their AD. And then Xiaoxi, I like it, sticks around to get the root off, but unfortunately is caught out by Keen's Between Worlds. And here, Floryn does a good job. Floryn zones Momo off, but Momo flashes in, wants this fight, but doesn't see 3 of DCG there. So unfortunately, Momo does pay with his life for his enthusiasm into the likes of DCG as they press their advantage and they've started up the Baron. They're forcing DFM into them, but I don't think DFM has a response here, Carrix.
I don't think they'll be able to do anything before the Baron falls, but they might be able to do something on the way out. But DCG will happily accept. Citrus chasing Feng off to the backside. Momo is very tanky in the front side. Keen trying to find the way in. The Berserk only onto Xiaoxi as Citrus goes forward again. Trying to get Feng low, trying to set them up to take down the Sivir, but there is so much heal. There is so much protection for Feng. He's got 1, he's got 2. He won't get any more, but the team will get the 3, the 4. And they'll move down the mid lane. Keen zoned out here by Shouse. He does not have a teleport to escape. Bang. Pushing these minions. Teleport being called. It's going to be in Hims.
I really think Shousey is just going to toy with Keen on that top side, keep him out of that base. I think DCG Carracks are going to go for this win here and now. They've secured the mid inhibitor. They're going for these Nexus turrets, and it's another 10 seconds before any more DFM. It's lights out. It's time. Relove DCG take game 2 in tonight's best of 3 series against DFM. Top of the tables.
And we see why Relove DCG is at the top of the tables. They are vicious when ahead, and they very rarely fall behind.
Absolutely, really clean play out of them. It almost feels like they were having some content moments. They felt really far ahead, confident, comfortable, and decided to just mess around with a few little plays here and there. But when push come to shove, Relove DCG, clearly the better team tonight. They will deny DFM their first series win, taking it for themselves. This now places them firmly at the top of that ladder. They are absolutely through to playoffs here with this victory. This is the last weekend of the regular season of the LCP 2026 Split 1 Carracks. And I'm looking forward to this highlight reel because there was so much synergy coming out of DCG. Those Paranoia Heroes entrance combos, they just did not miss.
No, they did not. And as you said, we are solidifying our ladder as we move into the playoffs. As you said, this is our last week of regular play. We're waiting and waiting to see who will be heading to the finals. And yeah, that damage graph makes sense.
Yeah, that's about right, yeah.
Checks out.
I do like, yeah, checks out. Keen did well. I want to say Keen was
he had a
definitely
really good game.
highlight in this game. I feel like Momo was feeling himself on that Rek'Sai. Karkon did a decent amount of damage, but unfortunately not close to where he needed to be to compete into this Sivir, even into this Ambessa. Just that Paranoia Heroes entrance combo. And Shao Si on the Karma was actually quite impressive. Did get a lot of those roots down, provided a lot of shielding value. Just well played. Unfortunately, Gang with the Berserk ult missed a fair few of those, I want to point out as well. So didn't quite get the results he was looking for, you know, forcing that Sivir to attack his own team. But that gold diff towards the end, that was around 12k Carracks.
Yeah, but I mean, we can just look at these plays. This was, of course, from game 1. Hongshu, a very, very well-deserved player of the match. And honestly, what a varied player of the match. You see in this clip, really just illustrating how lethal he was on the Yone. Dancing left, dancing right, taking kills with every step. And then in game 2, he goes to the Galio. He just plays pretty calm. He just constantly sits back, zones, marks the enemy jungler, and protects his carries. And that's exactly what they needed from him. We love when a player has many facets.
Definitely two very different styles of champions there, that Yone and that Galio. So loved to see him perform really, really well on both of those. As you say, the Yone definitely far more aggressive, far more of the carry style of mid laner, whereas the Galio definitely more the team player, definitely more the frontline tank kind of champion. So it was good to see him perform on both, and not only perform, but perform well. He showed up in the team fights when he was needed. He was taunting the right targets. He definitely deserved tonight's player of the match from this DFM versus DCG best of 3 series. Just frontlining so well. He taunts out King and Gang there, preventing them from applying their damage, allowing his team to get that dragon and then turn the fight back around. And let's not forget Pop 9. Pop 9, I feel like he's played in the VCS. He was so aggressive on that Nocturne.
taken lessons from the best, I assume, as that's the great thing about putting all these regions together, is it does make it look like we've all played with each other, as we did see that we didn't see the rest of that Momo clip. That clip goes on for about another 40 seconds with how long Momo survived. But we see here, this was the Baron fight. This actually was a real fight back from DFM when Citrus got this steal. They win this fight as well, and maybe things were looking like there was hope, but they were just too far behind.
There were definitely a couple of brilliant moments from DFM. It's almost a shame that they didn't happen earlier when they were more in the game. This Baron steal that Citrus is able to execute, it cuts the gold lead from DCG from about 8 down to 4K, but the wallet diff and hands diff unfortunately proving too strong. The very next fight, DCG were able to stomp and take themselves back up to over 8,500 in that gold lead. We do see DFM here, though, not afraid to initiate these fights, even being down that far. And you've got to respect and admire the spirits of these players when they're going to keep going at it. And I mean, that's how you win, right? You don't lose until the game has ended. And so every opportunity, every fight is a chance for you to win, Carrix.
100%, and I am glad to see that DFM didn't take it lying down. I like that they fought back. They didn't just roll over and let Relove DCG just take the Nexus. They fought. They constantly tried to find ways in. This is something that when they go up against teams that maybe aren't quite as strong as Relove DCG, when they go up against a SoftBank Hawks, when they go up against an MVK, gives them a real shot.
As we do go to today's results from day 1 of week 4, the last in the regular season. We do still have day 2, day 3, and day 4. GAM beat SHG 2-0 in a clean sweep, and DCG defeated DFM in a 2-0 clean sweep as well. We love League of Legends here in the LCP, Carrix, but these were not to be full best of 3 series tonight. We just got treated to 4 potential games. So hopefully tomorrow night we get some more.
What a 4. It was a good one. And yeah, we see Relove DCG. They're back on top. Team Secret Wales, of course, tomorrow will have a chance to put themselves back up there. Actually, they might not play tomorrow. I didn't check. But this weekend, they will have a chance to put themselves right back up there.
Yeah, absolutely. So TSW does play MVK tomorrow night. So we get another little VCS derby. And then we also have CFO versus Ground Zero to round out the Friday night games. As shown by the graphic, Team Secret Wales versus MVK and CFO versus Ground Zero. Really, really keen for these games, Carrix. I mean, we get another VCS derby, which is the joy of having so many VCS teams in the LCP here.
Yeah, exactly. It really is just a pleasure for me. I get to reunite with all my old VCS buddies and watch them fight each other. The best thing to do when you see your friends is to imagine them all fighting. And it should be a really fun one. It's going to be a really good night of games. I'd love to see Ground Zero Gaming get up over CFO. Not because I don't like CFO, of course, but because I'd like to see them prove themselves and make things more interesting.
I'm definitely all for the underdog story here in Australia, and especially because they are PCS, but here in Australia, we have a little thing called souveniring where we kind of take a thing and we make it our own, and we've kind of souvenired GZ. They're our honorary Australian team.
We've Pavlovaed them.
Yeah, Pavlovaed them. That's exactly it. But that will be all from us here tonight in the LCP. I cannot wait to see you all again tomorrow night. We're made for this. Good night.